Okay. Hello, everybody. How's it going? I just got the tweet out, so do me a favor and go give it some love. Now for the moment of truth. Let's attempt to connect the capture cards. Hold on. Why is this being such a butt? Alrighty. Capture card has no problems today. Ironic. Again, I hope everybody that rolled had good luck. I don't believe I am scheduled to roll, but I am going to double check my Chaldea app here. Just to see if I put Hokuni in. Nope. Wow, I also didn't have Ryoma in, so that's intriguing. Basically implies that I'm not going to be rolling at all this event. We'll think about that. I might throw a cheeky multi at something. I would not mind actually having some craft essences, though technically it is never worth rolling just for the craft essences. Fun fact. Okay. Oh man, I gotta be better at reading my emails. Right, YouTube is a go. Hello, Derpy. Hello, everybody on the Twitch side of things as well. Hope everybody had a good weekend. Gonna get started here. Guys, today's art, and again, do me a favor, if you guys have a Twitter, go give the tweet some love, as that always helps my engagement, and I do appreciate it. So, there is today's artwork. It is a thick MHX. Let me get that over to YouTube for you guys over there. Also, the song request has not stopped. It is just very low. I don't know why, but Triple X, yeah, it's another Triple X, right? How's it going? Guda 6, Pog, but JP News, yeah, that's chat. Those of you guys that have already started Guda 6, you've already seen that Guda 6 is just straight up 40 AP like the whole way. So y'all know what you're in for. Streams are going to be short. With that in mind, like, unless I can find a way to do a story or something like that on stream with you guys, it's just going to be 40 AP, 40 AP, 40 AP done, right? Like, that's sort of the unfortunate nature of the beast. It's thick Lancer Eritrea. I mean, like, low key. Could be. How do you stream on Twitch and YouTube with SR on? SR isn't on YouTube. Just don't tell any of my competitors that I said that. But it is what it is. Granted, sometimes I think YouTube side of things is better off because of that. You guys don't have to listen to song requests and some of the things that get requested. You guys will note that I am at 6 out of 9 storm pods. There is 1 day remaining, so I may have to do 3 of them. If that happens, that happens. But I'm functionally already done with the event. Just to give you guys an idea about how JP's going, I just have that last little thing of the why do I want to keep calling it the exposition quest? Chat, help me out. Evocation Fast. Thank you. Yes. Oh, my brain. And then I have my silver embers, which I don't actually care for too much, so I'll grab them if I can. but it's not a huge deal. And then some statues, but not even like you guys can see, I've almost completely wiped out the silver statues. There is still a day left. I did not roll, so this was a pretty good event in that regard. I've not popped any apples other than I think I popped like 1 or 2 bronze apples here and there because I let my AP cap out. But that was more of a player mishap rather than a need to actually do so. And again, if I had actually ended up like doing my FP rolls for even more of the stuff, I would have plenty more. So it's not that huge of a deal. I love the event, but kind of painful at 21 days. Yeah, definitely. Do you use some kind of software? Because I thought SR was linked with YouTube. Or no, it's not linked with YouTube. I've always used a bot for it. Hello, Shaq. How's it going? Although now I think it's actually stopped. Yeah, now it did. There we go. But yeah, no, to me, like I said, I'm A-okay with them turning Grail Fronts into an event, but you gotta make it more than you did in that regard. Like, just doing it... Also, Tlaloc here is killing me, and she knows what she did. Oh, there we go. We got a Leo, but that's the only caster that has MLB of the Bronze. Come on, chat. I know some of y'all got MLB of the Bronze. Throw it on your Castoria for me. We'll go ahead and go with a non-MLB. You log it in? Do you actually have it? Yeah, if you have it, I'll wait for a second. But, it is what it is. Hello, Pion. Has JP had a Guda event this year? Not yet. I was talking with Trubs about this. I think Trubs was saying that, like, we can expect probably a campaign next on JP, which is wild, because that just, like... Dad, you guys know I don't like doom posting or anything like that. I don't want to like badmouth the game or anything like that. But it's like, this is just disappointing. I can't like I don't want to like tell you guys wrong. I don't want to fluff it up and be like, man, JP's so exciting right now, because that would just be lying to you, because it's not. There's nothing coming out right now at the moment. Like, this event was kind of interesting from a lore perspective, from what I heard, and the story was apparently quite good, but there is nothing going on, is the problem. Like, we know they're going to be at Anime NYC this weekend here in America, so I can't imagine if Mr. 2 is going to be there that he's going to also announce something on JP at the same time. He might fly back and do something Sunday, but that'd also be kind of crazy because that's like an 18-hour flight, so I don't know, right? Like, it shouldn't be 18, but it's probably like a 14-hour flight from the West Coast. I have no idea, though. Would you prefer for a fest or Christmas for JP? I don't care. I just would prefer that whatever they do, it doesn't overlap with NA. And NA's lotto that'll happen early December. Mr. Tukano-san is also in Korea around November, early December. Yeah, it seems like they're globetrotting him quite a bit. I'm not really sure why, but they do be. Thank you, Astral. I appreciate it. This definitely makes me more efficient, and I might actually grab the silver embers if I can do that. I just rolled free friend point summon and got an angry mango. Nice. Korea server announcement, Pog. Yeah, maybe they're finally shutting it down for good. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, so it's like I'm not gonna BS you guys as to the status of JP. JP's in a weird spot right now, and you know, I know me and Trubs have talked about it quite a bit. I don't think either of us is particularly very optimistic on the future of JP at the moment. And that, I think, is a very natural reaction. I don't think it's a, like, doomy thing. Like, we're not going to sit here and shit on JP to you guys day in and day out. But I do think it's like it's worth at least mentioning that like these things are concerning, right? Like, and you know, I think it's natural for the NA players to wonder where they're headed since they're following JP. But at least on NA, you guys have 2 years. So, like, the problem that we're having right here on NA is we are going to start to go into, like, sort of the doldrums that happened post-Tunguska, where we ended up having, like, 1 or 2 events there in rapid succession, and then it kind of just goes a little bit like blank, and all you really get is like Road to 7 for a little bit. The hype things that you guys will have like next year are going to be Sea Monster Crisis, 25 million downloads is going to be coming, and then eventually 6.5, and that'll be kind of nice. But in between that, there's not a whole lot. I suspect NA is going to do what it can to try to smooth that over. But I'm not really sure as to what that will be, so we'll just have to see. You're in the silver age of FGO now. I don't really know what to say about it. Like, and you know, you guys know I've been playing League lately, and it's wild to me because as I've taken to certain comparisons, like League is a 14-year-old game. It is almost double FGO's age in that regard, and yet it's still going strong. And we can argue that it is, unique in what it is, but I can at least point to that and say, well, part of that is because it's being maintained very well. It has a very devout, avid community. People love just going in and playing it. We could argue that's PvP. PvP is naturally going to be something that's easier, and this is going to be wild to all of you. PvP is easier to maintain than PvE content. Why? Because PvP content is itself sustaining. Players know that each match is going to be different. So all you have to do is stop things from getting too boring. And you do that by virtue of adjustments, by virtue of, occasional seasonal stuff, yada, yada, yada. But it actually doesn't take that much innovation. They can kind of just sit there and balance the game, and it'll work. With a PvE game as a live service game, it always has to be new content. That is certainly a lot harder, and definitely something that I think probably at this point is really nagging at the devs. Hello, Coda. We survived long workday Monday. Yep. It's self QA with PvP. Pretty much, right? Like, you pretty much just have to balance what your community feels needs balancing. Obviously that's not a good thing, right? Like, you're gonna come across things that the community loves that you're just gonna go, well, that's broken, we shouldn't do that. And that'll be a concern for them, right? But at the end of the day, they can make it work. PvP is still bad if you have a single-player game. No, I've seen single-player games have PvP that are maintained well. The only issue is where you focus the service, right? At the end of the day, though, I'm gonna say that both have their challenges, both have their issues. I don't mean to make it sound like, a PvP game is just a cakewalk to do. It's certainly not. It's just, to me, it is probably a lot easier because you don't have to be nearly as creative with a PvP game. You can kind of sit there and just say, all right, here's your content, and it's you facing your friend over there. That's it. But again, I look back at that and I say, like, well, it's gotten constant updates. They do, bi-weekly patches. They basically have a decent monetization scheme that, is probably hit or miss depending on what gets released. But at the end of the day, I think the game is designed in such a way as to really, like, facilitate, playing in spurts. You go, you play, you come back to it after a while, and you keep going. And that's kind of the same way that, we had talked about that, like, Overwatch was for a long period in time there. I do keep periodically using a command seal every day, by the way, chat, just to help me farm. So, but it's one of those things that, like, I can look at Overwatch and I can say, well, Overwatch kind of screwed up because basically it stuck its foot in its mouth a couple of times. I'm not gonna say like something like League hasn't done that either. It's just Overwatch to me, and why I've stopped predominantly playing it is because I don't see any path to progression. And I'm gonna say this: I don't think League has a good path to progression. I think League's path to progression could be way better because it largely depends on Twitch capsules more than anything, which is wild. But I think Overwatch in and of itself is got basically no progression outside of paying, and that's a huge issue for it. Even if NA speeds up the JP schedule for Road to 7, how much can they really fix? It's not even speeded up. It's more like smoothing it. It's sort of making sure there's less downtime in certain areas. The problem with this is, right? Like, so, Chad, it used to be a lot easier to smooth because you'd have, like, an event, followed by an event, followed by dead time, followed by an event, right? Like, that's how it used to be. Now, instead, it's like an event, followed by dead time, followed by an event, followed by dead time. And you're like, okay, well, there's just way more dead time compared to how it used to be. So there's not a whole lot they can do other than, like, try to shorten it up and make sure that, like, the dead time is only, like, this much or something. But there's only so much shifting they can do. And what I think they're going to try to do is they're going to try to fill in with, like, you know, campaigns that JP didn't have to try to make it seem less dead. But at the end of the day, there's only so much they can actually do for it. So they're not going to ever give NA an exclusive event. And chat, I have to say this to you because I know there's so many people out there that, like, keep getting baited by dev speak. What I mean by dev speak is anytime there's a live stream, anytime there's a dev diary, when they say unique to NA, people lose their mind. They think that this is like, oh my god, we're getting something that JP didn't have. It could be anything. It's gonna be a new event. It's gonna be a new No, it's not. It's not. I have to tell you this. I don't know why people always think this. It's not going to be anything significant. Okay? The best you could hope for is kind of like we had the last time where they say, here is a never before seen GSSR. Okay? So you can get new banners, you can get new campaigns, you will not get a new event or a new servant ever on it. And that's the sad truth of it. And the reason why is because it's the JP staff that handles the actual engineering and coding behind the scenes in order to implement anything on NA. So it's kind of wild, but I don't know why people don't understand that. It's usually just something from JP with a mask. Yeah. If something gets nerfed because of PvP in a single player game, that's fucking bad, and I've seen that happening. Yeah, that does happen in some games. And I agree with you. I think that's bad. Like, it's bad if it's significantly altering to the point of, like, well, you can't even use it in PvE now, right? But this is usually because the nerf is overblown, or because the nerf never should have impacted the PvE side of things. Usually. Grand Space, thank you for the 20. Appreciate it. How are you doing today? And again, sorry I didn't stream yesterday, chat. I know I had said I was going to be on to stream the live stream, quote unquote. You guys saw there was really not anything else new there. That's kind of what I realized is I was just like, one, I'm tired. I haven't had a day off at all this week. And I was just like, you know what? Nah, I'm good. Actually, I say I hadn't had a day off. I did take off Friday. That was due to a personal reason, so just understand that like, basically I hadn't had a true day off. Okay, so it was one of those where I just looked at that and I said, we already know everything they're going to announce, and because it's a light stream on top of the fact that it's pre-recorded, they're not going to announce anything with regards to download campaign, Thanksgiving, Christmas, anything like that. They didn't even really announce anything about Anime NYC. They just said they're going to be there. So it's like, we already knew that. So I will be covering this Saturday the Anime Anime NYC stream, which is why, because we're doing that, and because we also end up having a day for D&D on Sunday, because we're trying to get our sessions in. We're trying to resolve the heist situation, especially after what happened last stream, in like before the holidays here, because we'll probably for D&D purposes go on a little bit of a hiatus prior to the holidays, because like chat, you guys know I can stream, but it's always difficult trying to get multiple people together during a holiday season. Like we got Thanksgiving here in the States coming up, we've got Christmas, there's going to be Black Friday, there's going to be people shopping, people out visiting family and such. So it's like it usually is just a good idea to take like that month off and just kind of reconvene in January. And so I think that will end up helping things. And honestly, it's been pretty awesome. If you guys think about it, we've actually been going now for almost an entire year with the D&D streams. So I hope you guys have been enjoying those. Anime NYC will be interesting though. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna hope that they make some good announcements, but I really think they're just gonna say, here's Thanksgiving this year, here's your date for Christmas, and that's it. Like, I don't think they're gonna do too much more besides that. The only surprising thing was announcing that Guda 6 started on a Monday. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna say this. I think this is a fair criticism, but I think their scheduling has been trash. I'm sure they have more info that we don't have, chat, in that regard. But I really do think that the devs are somewhat off their rocker with their spacing. Because you guys know, I'm not pleased with how they handled Guda 5's raids. I think that they easily could have handled that better. I'm also not pleased that they suddenly announced the live stream on another Sunday. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I got work in the morning. I don't have time to stay up. The devs should too, but they don't care because they're West Coast. They don't care at all about the East Coast time slot, and I think that's a problem. I like, this is sort of an issue I've had with the devs for a while now, is their lack of communication, their scheduling is just kind of really weird. I'm expecting Thanksgiving and nothing else. I think they'll tease Christmas, but that's it. They kind of have to, because Christmas is going to be upon you sooner than you think. They purposely skipped Saturday. Yeah, I think they did too. I think they actually just straight up like said like, no, we don't want you to be able to farm enough. They're trying to mess with our clairvoyance, but it's not in a way that's good. And it's announced Tunguska with a teaser trailer. Yeah, I mean, you might get like a teaser, but they're just going to tell you like late December or something. They're not going to give you an actual date. Hilariously enough, we pretty much know the date that Tunguska must come out, because your New Year's banner is tied to Tunguska. They can't fuck with the timing on that, which is really funny to me. They're like, this is why I say it's so stupid that they try to play like loose and fast. Like, I saw apparently Reddit was all confused as to when Guda 6 was coming out even after the live stream. They didn't know because they clearly missed the slide that said it was the 13th. But like, I also gotta kind of put that one on the devs, because like, they're trying to hide it a lot of the time. They're trying to like keep it under wraps and pretend like you don't know. And it's like, yeah, cool, I see that maintenance notice right there. Yeah, I guarantee you it's going live right after that. So it's really stupid to me that they try this stuff, because it really is cheap. And like I said, I don't think it makes anyone happy. I think it just ends up, it's a source of frustration that people have with them. Like, I think they would get so much further by leaning into our clairvoyance, saying, you know what? You know it's coming. It's coming here. It's coming now. Get hype. You know, show up for the stream. We're going to showcase everything. That would go so much further than, like, what could this stream be about? I don't know. You don't know either. You've never seen that unit before. And it's like, yeah, I have. We all have. It's getting insulting, honestly. I wouldn't say that, but like it is certainly a stupid approach, and I don't think it's done them any favors. And I just wish they would try it the other way. And I think they would actually see as they get better results doing it the other way. Like Albert, La Single Spy, Intern Kun, whoever's out there, if you ever hear me say this, please just ask to go the other way. Try it out for one event. Just one. One servant release. That's all I ask. Just do it the one time. I guarantee your numbers will be better. Guarantee it. Guarantee it. The stream lacked hype. Yep. Why do players feel like only they, the player, have clairvoyance in a wiki? Yeah, no, it's wild because we all know, right? They hyped him up, yeah. Didn't they do that with Arjuna Alter? No, they didn't. They tried to hype him up with their teaser in the stream, but like I'm saying, they almost need to do a like, here's a Twitter announcement ahead of time. Do you know who's coming? It's Arjuna Alter, right? Man, that's a new record. Y'all made it 50 seconds without song skip. Doesn't From Software give items different attack values for that stream? Wait, what? You're hyped for Guda stream, by the way. If there's no Tucson Annie stream, it's an easy skip. No, I'm gonna say this, okay? Here's where they messed up. It's not the lack of Mr. 2. It's not even the fact that it's pre-recorded. Because y'all know, I actually said they should pre-record their streams. And the reason why is because their streaming equipment sucks. We already know that, right? Like, they don't have good connection. So they should absolutely pre-record and do a premiere. It's not the lack of Mr. 2. It's not the lack of VAs. It's not the pre-recording. It's this chat. That's what doomed it. Right there. Oh, we're doing a light stream. It's just a light pre-recorded stream. That everyone immediately clued in on that and said, oh, that stream's got nothing. It's just the Guda 6 announcement. And they were right. They were absolutely right. Like, could have been lit. Yeah. They need to, instead of this chat, they need this. Okay? They need this. Had a half read a comment earlier and didn't notice the text from it because mobile. Nice. Hello, Red Rebel. How's it going? Light reading the fandom page? Yeah, I mean, and I know people criticize like the content creators from reading from the fandom page. I read from fandom for everything. Like, whenever I'm going over the event with you, I'm reading from fandom. Whenever I'm talking about a servant, I'm reading from fandom. I think the only thing that makes me different is I understand the way that the game works on a, like, one, like, actual fundamental, like, game value level. 2, I will sit there and talk from experience and memory and stuff like that as to, like, hey, this is what you're going to want to do. This is the major strategy that you guys need to employ. Right? Like, so I'm not just reading off the fandom page. That being said, that is kind of what they're doing. It not in the true realm of it though. Like, they definitely do a little bit more like pomp and circumstance and showcasing of like, hey, here's what the story is going to be about. Here's the characters, right? Like, and I think that's fine. I think that is what they should do as, you know, promoters of the game, right? Reviewing new champions reading from Atlas because fandom doesn't have it updated. Fuck, yeah. Light streams of VA like Kawasumi. Yeah, look, at the end of the day, all I'm trying to say is we basically knew that one was 100% phoned in. We all knew it was coming, and we all knew that they didn't care. Like, so it is what it is. I'm not angry about it. I'm just like, that's why I didn't bother to cover it, and that's why I think that's why it wasn't very hype. We all kind of knew, right? Doggos have paws up in the air. They do. They're sleeping. He's like up against the cage. They need someone more charismatic to do the announcements. Someone friendly, fun, that feels excited. Yeah. They need to hire a woman. Right, chat? Right? Like this is the marketing 101, know your community, know your fan base type thing. Hire a woman. I'm just saying. Like I know that's gonna sound sexist. I know that's gonna sound like pig-headed, but like it's true. Everyone would be way more likely to show up to stream. Heck, even if you just got a random VA to do it, to sit there and read off of a slide, I think that would be better, right? Like, they know it too. Yeah, I think they do too. Like, chat, here's the thing, okay? With regards to Albert, with regards to LaSingle, could they do better? Could they do better than this? Yes, 100%, absolutely. You know who knows this? Albert knows this. That's not the issue. You want to know what the issue is? That right there, chat. Okay? And I know no one wants to hear that. Like, no one wants to hear that it's money, right? Like, surely the game that's like the second most generating gacha game in like the history of mankind doesn't have a money issue, right? And it's like, I don't know. It clearly seems to be like Aniplex of America and the localization staff just do not have a very big budget. Like, all right, here's my challenge. I will issue this challenge to the Aniplex of America staff. You know how LaSingle just did a walkthrough of their office? Do a walkthrough of yours. Hellfire, thank you for the 27. Do a walkthrough of yours, LaSingle. Like Aniplex of America, give us the walkthrough of your office. I am willing to bet it is one floor in one skyscraper in Los Angeles. That's it. I don't even think it's that big. I think there are less than 20 people working there, and I think that's all it is. A whole floor? Probably not. It's probably just like a decent, like medium-sized office on one floor. So maybe like a quarter of the floor, right? Where it's like, if basically like this is your building, right? It is like separated into quadrants. It's probably like this is the sorry, I keep calling it LaSingle. This is the A of A office right here. You're quite the optimist. Yeah, I know. I realized what I was saying. AK, thank you for the prime. 2 years indeed. Stop with the full screen resub reminders. Well, how else would I get you to resub? I don't have any control over that. I have no idea what Twitch is doing. Global is profiting enough for them to do better. Yeah, I agree with that, but Axe, thank you for the 29. I think at the end of the day, it's just a, and we've talked about this before, right? It's just a revenue issue coming down from Sony. Like all revenue flows into Sony. How much revenue does Sony reinvest? Right? Like, and I say it flows into Sony. It may flow into Aniplex of America then Sony. So it might be how much does Aniplex of America reinvest? I don't know. I don't have the answer for you guys on that. I don't think anyone does, short of like people that are actually privy to the contract and how it works. But at the end of the day, it just is what it is, right? But the signs kind of point to that, right, chat? Y'all remember the casting couch streams, right? Like all of you old timers remember them. It's a money issue. They don't have the actual budget to do anything. Fluxwave, figure the 4. How you doing? Some days I don't think Twitch knows what they're doing. Wait, some days? Oh no, that's every day. Twitch is consistent with not knowing what they're doing. Mine, thank you for the 36. Jack, we get some love for mine's 3-year anniversary. How are you doing today, bud? Gonna go over the Game of the Year nominees later. Yes, I need to actually get to JP here real quick. Sorry, NA here real quick. They barely invest on JP. Right. I'm marginally surprised they scrounged up the money for that one VTuber stream. I'm glad they did. Like y'all saw, I was pretty critical of not Ina. Ina did a fantastic job, right? I was thoroughly entranced by Ina. I thought, man, she's been excited for this. She's been waiting to do it. Crony, on the other hand, I'm gonna be real with y'all. I know people really like Crony. I'm not gonna say anything bad about Crony as a person. Just that Crony was absolutely the wrong choice, and that was embarrassing. Like, that did not make them look good. It made us laugh, right? But I don't think it convinced any of Crony's people to play the game, right? Like, so it did not do well for them in that regard. Whaler Raincoat Albert, yeah. Crony was out of her depth, yep. But half of it wasn't bad. Well, the one thing we can say about it is it was an entertaining stream, right? Like, probably only got her because of Wada. Oh, 100%. That is the only reason. Crony's popular and is Wada Arco's VTuber. So they absolutely went for that, right? Because they knew that that would play well. But I'm gonna be real. If I were like, hey, yeah, Ina, we really want to have you back. Like, when can you do another one of those? And then with Crony, I'd be like, hey, that was a good attempt. But we're not hiring you again. Like, that is exactly how I would be with that one. Crony spoiling Koyami. Yeah, I did think that one was funny. What's up, Thomas? That's what the Anime NYC stream is for. Yeah, I think that's all they're gonna do, right? Like they're gonna end up just kind of doing that stuff there. But you know, and I know they kind of felt obligated to do a stream for Guda 6, right? Like, so in that regard, I can't fault them for doing a live stream, but I can say that is why nobody really cared about it. It was just the epitome of unhype. The reason they drip feed us game information instead of is the reason they drip feed us game info instead of like releasing a month ahead of schedule also because of money? It could be, right? Like they might not actually have the money to do a whole lot of social media promotion, but like someone's doing it right now. So clearly they're paying someone, or someone's doing it on their own time, which is kind of wild. Like, I'm gonna say this. The fact that we don't have an official Discord, and no, Reddit cord does not count. That place is a travesty, okay? The fact that we don't have an official Discord, the fact that there are not, like, you know, almost daily tweets out of the actual FGONA account, the fact that we basically don't have any sort of forward-reaching promotion where, hey, we're trying to outreach into new communities, we're trying to get our name out there in the English-speaking gacha community, hey, we're trying to, like, you know, basically talk about where the game is headed. That's all problems. That's all just missed opportunities. Every single one of those. Korea's been doing monthly schedules for a year now. Yeah, and I know Albert didn't like it when I criticized that, but it's true. Like, I'm sorry, Korea is flat out run better than NA is at this point. Like, NA doesn't want to hear that. They're going to get their panties in a wad, but it's true. Like, they just have a better approach. It doesn't mean that's always been true, Korea for a long time was run terribly and was the worst server, but it is now a lot better than America in that regard in terms of its informing its player base what's going on, giving them a schedule, saying this is where you're gonna be, right? Like, I think that's great. I think they know that their players have clairvoyance and they lean into it. They don't care, and I think it's working because, and I'm gonna tell you guys this right now, Korea already fucked up. Okay? They already fucked up. And so now they've taken the approach of we need to win players back. We need to bring people back into the fold so that they keep playing. That seems like the best strategy, regardless. Any other strategy just feels like it's some cheap attempt to try and make more money. I'm dead serious, right? Like, Korea's strategy appears to be almost apologetic in that regard. And I think it works. You get a YOLO roll once your AP is spent out. I might, yeah. That may be a thing. Maybe we can do like a YOLO roll a day or something. Chat, I have no C's. So again, this is just what it is, right? Like, actually though, let me get rid of Mashu here. Who needs a bonding? Oh, what is this from? Man with the machine gun, yeah. We're gonna bond Ron Maru since I'm gonna probably need to. And I know there's some strategy as to who to take, but I'm capped out on AP, so we're just gonna go right in. NA fucked up with the year one GSSR. What was the apology to fix NAFGO? NA's original messed up GSSR was the promise was to basically never do that ever again. And I do think that has worked for them. So I like basically all of our GSSRs have never been interfered with. Korea almost collapsed on itself, but they got that rebound. Yeah. So their website for news is still horrible and blows out my ears every time. I think it's made for mobile, Avalon, at least formatting wise. But yeah, as to like music, I have no idea. How did Korea F up? So Korea, one, had an accelerated pace. They went super fast, and that burnt out a lot of people. And then somewhere around, I believe it was Babylonia, they messed with the rates of one of the banners. And I believe it was specifically the Gorgon rate. So they tried to lower the rate and claimed that that's what JP did because the community caught them. And then JP basically disavowed. And they were up shit's creek because they had been caught red-handed trying to manipulate gacha rates. So that made a whole bunch of people quit the game. It made basically the server protest. Solomon destroyed them, in effect. Basically, Korea only killed Barbados when the Solomon raid came around. So that we're clear, chat. On NA, I believe we got... I believe it was early November we got Babylonia. And then that went into Christmas. And then that went into to Solomon at New Year's. Okay? On Korea, all three of these events were active simultaneously. So they still went in order, but Babylonia came out, immediately overlapped by the Christmas Lotto, immediately overlapped by Solomon. So basically, the second the Christmas Lotto people were done farming it, Solomon came out. Nobody had any time to do Babylonia in order to do Solomon. That was already an issue. Korea was used to that pacing, though. They had been giving out free apples to help accelerate so that people could rush it. They didn't do it. That was the first time that Korea just said nope, and they just basically didn't do it at all. And the reason that they didn't was because of the whole thing with the gacha rates. They protested and they just like, they killed Barbados, which was freaking hilarious. I still love that they did that. They killed Barbados and then they let the server kill everything else. They did not touch it. And back then, we didn't have server ticks killing things really. Like, you did have server ticks, but they were a lot lower. So it was not a, like, automated rate. So, like, Barbados got killed in record time, basically, on JP. NA killed it in, like, 18 hours. Korea killed it, I think, in, like, a day and a half or something like that. And then every other one, they left. They left it to go the full, like, 6-day duration or whatever the heck it was. Barbados dying is a canon event, even if Solomon wins, yes. Let me use my first CE bombs I made. Well, the success rate is high, thinking... Okay, so CE bombs don't care about success rate. So you care about success rate when you're making CE bombs, but not when you're actually using them. If that makes any sense. And the reason for this is because the bonus that you'll get from like a 2x success rate on a CE bomb is just the bonus that you would get from literally using like a 1-star CE. That's it. Because all of the experience that's in this is, instead of standard, it's accumulated experience. But the accumulated does not get doubled. Only the standard does. Like, you're still good to use it, but it's not a huge deal. You don't have to use it right now if you don't want to. There was the whole Netmarble meme back. That's the company running FGO Korea. Yeah, so they also got caught again. Although I think this was the Chinese server. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. But didn't the Chinese server get caught, like... I think it was they turned the Start Dash campaign that's supposed to only be for new players into a login reward for everyone. That was Korea? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say, then China's the one with the, they had Squirtoria out before she was out. So they actually had a dev on China running around with Squirtoria on their support list, like fully leveled up and everything, and they tried to claim that they had forgotten she was there. And it was never supposed to go live. And everyone called bullshit on that. That happened on NA too, if I remember correctly. No, NA was different. Gotta have dead mode and remodel skins, yes. That was a fun week for everyone trying to tell, for us trying to tell everyone to hush up, that, at least until the single caught on. Yeah, but I think, I don't think that was a mishap on NA's behalf. I think they purposefully did it on NA. And I believe, actually, I don't know, but... Huh? Guaranteed SSR? No. No one said that. Are these Chinese servants still censored in FGO China? No. I mean, yes, but not in the way you think, right? Like, so the meme is that, like, you just get, like, the shadow figure. That's not a thing. Like, a lot of those are fake. They actually just turn it to the actual card, right? So, like, here's your caster chat, right? Like, that's all it is, right? Like, they just change whatever the person is back to their actual, like, card type. And then they redo the art until it's ready and it's officially approved. Is QSH still Ruler 237? I don't believe so. I believe he's been fixed, but I may be wrong. I got something with free blue continue items to help True Story. Yeah, those are called blue prisms. They're actually really useful. You shouldn't need them for part 1 though. Shouldn't. No, it was a mishap and they just decided not to fix that. Okay, to be fair, how do you know? How do you know? Because they said it, I think, on Twitter. I don't recall them ever saying that, but that would be login 6, I think, and I'm on Lost Belt 2. Yeah, I was gonna say, save it for Lost Belt stuff. You might need it for the final boss of Lost Belt 2. You might need it for bosses in Lost Belt 4. And you'll probably almost certainly need it in Lost Belt 5. You should ideally try to save it. Quit pointing out the tinfoil on it. Listen, that's all I'm trying to say, is that a lot of the time these rumors persist in the FGO community that people don't actually have any proof to back up. Chat, I can't tell you how many times I've heard that the whole reason that we didn't get Santa Ketsmas rerun was due to a copyright issue, which is wild, because you know what? FGO never got sued for it, and you know what? I also heard that for the Prisma Ilia event. I heard that for the K&K event. I heard that for numerous other events prior to that. Like, I'm used to hearing these BS things that kind of get started on like Reddit, and I don't care, right? Like, did anyone watch the Golden Joystick Awards? I did not. What event did K&K copyright break? No, that one wasn't even copyright. That one was, they don't have the rights to it, supposedly. And I'm like, yeah, that's just not true, but okay. Listen, I have no idea why, right? I don't know how these rumors actually get started. I just know that people take them way too far. Type Moon doesn't have the rights to FGO content, right? Yeah, it's wild. Well, because I think people's logic was that, oh, well, Nasu didn't write those, and I'm like, and like, it is what it is. They probably were contractually obligated. I remember the whole Wangina rumor debacle earlier this year. Yeah, it's the same deal, right? DM has the original IP rights, so they can collab all they want. Yeah, I guarantee you, like, chat, if you ever work for a company, and this happens actually all the time in video gaming, right? Like, so if you ever work for a company and you make something for them that they paid you for, do you know who has the rights? Not you, that's for sure. Guarantee you somewhere in your contract it says, yeah, no, this is ours, and we can use it however we see fit. So this is a wild concept too, that the idea is that it's their intellectual property. And I have actually argued with artists over this one before, because this is one of the reasons that I have an OC and have basically my own like world and lore getting set up for her, is because at the end of the day, if an artist wants to sit there and try to quibble with me, do they have the right to use that artwork? Yes. I think they do, right? Like, if I commission them for an art piece, logically, I'm going to allow them to use it. That being said, they don't necessarily have the right to monetize it without my approval. And that sounds a little bit different, but why is that? Because I paid them to draw it for me, but it's my IP. Therefore, if they try to make money off of it, I'm technically owed something for that. But, you know, people don't like hearing that. I see a lot of weird stuff on Twitter. But this is why the creators of a lot of superheroes from the 1920s, 1950s literally took decades before they even got acknowledged for creating them. Yeah, it's really dumb, too. I see the golden ratio. No, I don't know what you're talking about. I will definitely take this, though. This potentially saves me having to buy everything in the shop. This is the sort of thing that protects employees if they mess up too. Yes, exactly. Lucksack at it again. Listen, that's the first time I've gotten a CE drop in the beginning of an event in like a year. Like, I don't normally get them early on in events. That was a very rare thing to have happen. Normally it's like, oh, are you done farming the event? Is this your last run? Here's the drop. And you're like, hope you're doing well tonight. I am. Happened to me with Guda 5 rerun. Yep. Yeah, always after you bought it at minimum. Always. But yeah, so it, like, just back to that original topic. It is just, that is why you have issues with like intellectual property and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, it's all originally from the Type Moon universe. Nasu, I guarantee you, has control over that. And so it's one of those deals where, and keep this in mind, chat. So let's imagine the Prisma Ilia author wanted to say, no, Nasu, you can't use my work. Do you know what Nasu's gonna say? Well, that's cool. I'm delisting all of your work. Congratulations. You're now poor and broke with no income. Have fun. Like, I'll find someone else to do it. Yeah, that too, right? Like, so that you really can't hold the original rights holder hostage. It just doesn't work like that. The original rights holder can just tell you to go fly a kite. This, like I said, happens all the time in video games. Have you guys noticed how, like, sometimes a producer will, like, cancel a contract with a studio and switch which game the studio is being made by? Or, sorry, switch which studio the game is being made by. That's because the producer holds the rights in a lot of those cases. And they're going like, I don't like what you're doing there. You're not on task or on time or under budget. You're not getting this done anytime soon, even though you promised. So we're going over here and you can't do that anymore. Have fun. Bye. Like, it's literally, it happens all the time. Doesn't Narita ban Nasu from using his servants in FGO? Actually, no. He recently talked about that as of like late last year, that basically at the time he didn't want Nasu to put his people in FGO until he had finalized their concepts and fleshed them out, but that now he's more okay with it and he's come around to it, which was the big hit that made everyone go, gee, I wonder if they're doing a strange fake anime now. And they were. We found that out. Like, people misinterpret his comment, basically. Yeah, that too. I think the only reason the Catsmas rumor had more staying power is they claimed copyright problem was due to the event parodying. Right. Do you know why that just isn't true, though? Like, we heard the same claims about, like, oh, you can't produce Prisma Ilia because Type Moon doesn't hold the rights. Still happened in Prisma Ilia's case. It didn't happen in the rerun of Ketsmas. And that's why. Because Ketsmas never reran. That's the only reason that that rumor ever had legs. The only reason. And like I said, I don't think that's why it didn't rerun. Because here's the logical issue, chat. Oh, is there a copyright issue with that? Do you realize how much money they made off those banners? Do you know how much they would have gotten sued for if there was actual legal ground? And they would have been sued for the initial run, not a rerun type issue. It would have been right on the outset. They would have been like, hey, no, you can't do that. Give us money. Like, guarantee you. Fair use is only US now? No, I mean, parody doesn't really... Parody's an interesting and different thing in the law. Fair use is convoluted, to say the best. There wouldn't be a Saber Wars 2 if that were true? Yes, as well, right? Like, FGO has 100% parodied the shit out of a lot of things. Like, chat, I have a wild accusation for y'all right here. Y'all ready for this? Hold on to your butts. Did you know that this event parodies Final Fantasy VII? We're in Midgar, yeah, 100%. Like, if you guys didn't catch on to that when you were reading through the story, it's like, I don't know what to tell you, so. A blind man could see it? Yeah. I mean, even if you can't see it, there's a whole lot of, like, how they describe things. Takasugi really is Shinra. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff in there. Half my Twitter feed today was Final Fantasy VII comparisons, yeah. And I knew this going in, right? Like, it doesn't bother me. If anything, it's a reason to look forward to it. But, yeah, like, a lot of how FGO writes its stories is just, it's a Type Moon parody of some other thing. They've taken a concept and put it into the Fate universe, right? And put their own unique spin on it. And I think that's fine, right? But, like, they don't get in trouble for it. So you can't imagine, like, chat, every single summer unit is a parody. Every single one of them. Okay, they're all parodying something. And this is gonna cause chat to sit there and go like, wait, what about this one, Cad? Well, what about this one, Cat? Trust me, they all are. The designers even admit it. They openly comment on it. We've had that in some of the Chaldea break rooms where they're like, oh yeah, this is what this is based off of. So, straight up, like, no, they do parody all the time. Parody is not a problem in Japan. Where's our Aerith? How many of our units at this point are Gundams? Right, yeah, well, okay, so technically, and the one that I always see is like Odysseus that reminds me of a Gundam, but apparently he's not a Gundam reference. He's, yeah, which one is he? Because people have told me before, but it's not one of the ones I've watched. I mean, if Gintama exists, oh yes, that's a good point. Gintama is entirely parody, chat. If you ever watch anything after, like, I think it's like the 3rd episode of Gintama, you will just see as everything is an anime reference. Everything. Like, watching Gintama will make you want to watch other anime because you will hear them refer to it over and over and over again. This is why I watched Space Cobra. Is because Gintama kept referencing Space Cobra's Psycho Gun over and over and over again. They're like, oh yeah, you're gonna shoot me with your Psycho Gun, aren't you? Like, and then you sit there and you're like, what is he talking about? And you look up the reference and then you're like, oh, that's what that is. Like, hey, that looks kind of cool. I'ma watch it, right? Like, yeah, it's the Ava, like, launch sequence, isn't it? But then it, like, the actual mech itself is a reference to something else, I think. They really abuse being produced by Sunrise, and it's amazing. Yes. Summer Nero uses funnels and bits. Yep. Gintama good stuff. Gintama absolutely is. I'm more inclined towards Power Ranger. Yeah, someone has told me what it is. Like, it is actually a reference to another mech anime, like 1-to-1 on his design, and I completely forget what it is. So forgive me. Chat, also, don't forget, you do have your detective missions. I do recommend not doing what I did and instead coming in here and looking at this. Because you can see, like, some of them, even though they're freaking hard to read at a small size, do like have certain things like take certain classes, right? Yeah, see, put one more rider, caster, assassin, or berserker class servants in your party. So basically, I was getting credit for the rider and the caster right there. But like, you can complete these even faster just depending on paying attention to them. It really doesn't require you to have a guide too much. You just need to pay attention. Parody in Japan is much more complicated than you're leading people to believe. No, I'm not. No. I'm gonna dispute that right there, Phoenix, before I read the rest of your paragraph. No, it's not. It's not that difficult. They are allowed to parody, as evidenced by numerous parodies. Yes, it doesn't work the exact same way as America, but they are allowed to parody. That's not the reason we don't have things. I have one to use night classes, but it's actually really inopportune right now. Yeah, there's certain nodes just won't be good for it. You can try putting them on the back line and stuff, though. FGO players pay attention to such thing even possible. Double X references Tekkaman Blade, at least. Yeah. So many characters with gold armor, that could be Saint Seiya reference. I, like, chat, don't be surprised at all to, like, if you go looking, you'll end up finding a list of references for the summer units. I know I've seen one before. But nothing said outright. Sure, but there's nothing said in the Christmas event either, right? Gintama could parody Gundam just by getting permission from down the hall too. Yeah, and here's the thing, guys. This is something I think y'all gotta understand, okay? If an artist approaches me and says, hey, can I draw Aurelia? What am I going to say? No? Or yes? Think about that one for a second. I'm going to say yes. Why? It might depend on what they draw. It would. I would probably say, yeah, sure. Just, you know, let me take a look at it. Don't make it something too crazy, right? But yeah. Yeah, right? Like, I don't care. That's more advertisement. Exactly. If Gintama approaches Gundam, or any other IP for that matter, and says, hey, we wanted to do a parody sketch with, like, your IP in it, is that okay? They're gonna go, yeah, sure, man. You're a popular, super funny anime. Make fun of us. That will make us more popular. Like, they're just straight up gonna be like, yeah. Yes, send it to me. Exactly. Seems most companies say yes, except Nintendo. Most companies will say yes. They're just maybe more like strings attached, right? They would have to have a reason not to say yes. Like, so for instance, if Xbox goes up to Sony and is like, hey, can we use your IP? Sony's gonna be like, no, right? Like, same thing with Nintendo. It's one of those deals where it's like, if they feel like they have leverage that they can exploit, they will definitely do it. But if there's basically no harm, no foul, and you weren't going to do it anyways, a lot of the companies will just say, yeah, sure, just let us look it over, you know, make it to these specifications, yada, yada, yada. He would have known other Shonen Jump mangaka personally as well. Yeah, I guarantee you they have meetings at times where they run into each other. I don't know, in the 90s you wouldn't have thought Mario and Sonic would be in the same game. Well, I mean, doesn't Nintendo own Sega now? Or is it Sony owns Sega? Someone owns Sega, and I don't remember. Or is Sega still independent? Because I know they're not in the actual, like, market of making games themselves anymore. Same with Urabochi, Hirure, yeah, except. And that's the thing, is like, I guarantee you each one of these people likes working with, like, Nasu. They're not going to, like, jeopardize that relationship by being like, no, you can't use their stuff, right? Like, they're just gonna be like, yeah, sure, man. Next up, Nobunaga Avenger skill the other day. Do you know when her buff is supposed to come to an A? I think it's week 2, Hanto, because it's... I know we get Ryoma Lancer's banner like 5 days in, so I gotta imagine that her banner is like the 2-week mark instead, but I don't remember exactly. Someone in chat would probably have to tell you. Summer 1, Planet of the Apes. Summer 2, Death Race. Summer 3, Comiket Thingy. Summer 4, Ocean's 11. Yep. Summer 5, NEJ Horror. Yep. Yeah. They're all, like, all the summer events are references, which is great. I think it's one of the reasons that we like them so much, is because they're always fun. And that's why I've said before, too, like, one of the reasons I'm not as huge of a fan of how they've been doing events lately on JP, okay, is that they're trying to make everything super important. So, like, you can look at the current JP summer event and say, well, it's a summer event. They were still having fun. It was largely modeled after Summer 3, but it was made to have a much, much, much more serious story in that regard. And that's where I'm like, please, guys, let there be some levity. Let there be some fun. Not everything has to be the world is on the line type situation. So... a little bit, I hope they kind of get back to that more, because to me, that's kind of how the Guda events have always been. The Guda events are like, oh god, there's another singularity, but I guess we'll go deal with it, right? Not like, oh man, if we don't deal with this, everyone's memories will be erased, or, oh god, your mother will have never existed type deal. Like, go watch Isekai Uncle for all the Sega-related content. Yeah, I mean, that one's actually produced by them, so it is what it is. How many IPs they have, like Kadokawa? Okay, I didn't realize they owned Kadokawa. That makes a lot more sense, though. Yeah, Isekai OG-san's awesome. I hope they do season 2 of it. I really do. So, chat. How many of y'all paid attention to Twitter today? Never. Because we had some announcements. Y'all know what we're gonna talk about. you know. So we got our Game Awards nominees. And I gotta weigh in. I know nobody likes to talk about this stuff. The Game Awards are a joke, but like, come on, man, you can do better than this. And I'm gonna explain how right here. Give me one more second. I need to get something else open. Yeah, so anyways, we can start off with this travesty. Obviously, I don't have any issue with Spider-Man 2 being here. Spider-Man 2 is a great game, from everyone that I've heard talk to about it. It had some bugs. Its launch was kind of rocky because of that. But, like, let's be honest, guys. What launched this year really wasn't. Right? So, it is what it is. I don't have the... Like, I don't rate bugs nearly as bad unless the game is physically unplayable. And even then, I don't usually let it taint my opinion of a game as long as they get fixed. Okay, and I'm going to have a point to make on that in a minute. So I'm A-okay with Spider-Man 2. Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom absolutely deserves to be here. To me, this one was the clear front runner and favorite for Game of the Year this year. until something else came along. Baldur's Gate 3 is that something else. Nobody expected this one. This is actually hilarious to me that nobody expected Baldur's Gate, right? Like, all of the media didn't give a shit about Baldur's Gate. They saw it in early access. They were just like, that game's gonna suck. And they basically just assumed that Larian wasn't cooking. Little did they know, Larian wasn't just cooking. Larian had gotten out like the gigantic, like freaking like witch's pot to cook everyone in. Okay, she was Hansel and they were Hansel and Greteling everyone's asses in that regard. So basically, Baldur's Gate 3 comes out like a house of fire. Nobody understands just how popular this game's gonna be, and it just skyrockets out of nowhere. Okay, and this is the second game this year that did that, and everyone was like, "What?" And it just happened. So Baldur's Gate 3, to me, this one's my front runner. I'll have a little bit more to say about that here in a second, but yeah, that is what it is. Alan Wake 2 is our newcomer to the list here. I'm not going to say anything bad about Alan Wake. I've heard good things about it, but those good things are all from the media. I haven't really heard about too many people playing this game, which is kind of wild to me and made me think maybe they just looked at the Metacritic scores for these nominees. But that's not true. Oh man, have I got some points to make on that. Either way, I'm not going to say Alan Wake doesn't deserve to be here. It's easily the newest. It barely seemed to have made the cut, and it's kind of strange in that regard. Which tells me a lot of it is probably this, chat. And I don't like that this is tainting the Game Awards, but it probably is. Super Mario Brothers Wonder. I saw a lot of people today going, why the heck is a Mario Brothers game on this list? Apparently this game actually broke records for the fastest selling Mario game of all time. It's apparently quite good. So y'all might not be aware of that, but it is apparently a very good Mario game that's selling very well. That being said, yeah, like, I don't know. I'm not going to say people are wrong to question why it's here, so much as I'm going to say, I don't think it's not deserving. I think it is. We can debate over who the nominees should be, though, right? And then this one, Resident Evil 4 Remake. I don't think anyone out there would say that Resident Evil 4 Remake, aka Rear, as I like to call it, is not a good game. Rear is a great game. It's amazing. However, it does not deserve to be on this list because it is a remake. You can see they are very purposely leaving remake off of that and calling it Resident Evil 4. It is not Resident Evil 4. The original Resident Evil 4 came out years ago. And that's why I don't think it should be on the list. It's an amazing game. It deserves nomination in several categories. Game of the Year is not one of them. We should not see a remake in Game of the Year. Sorry, that is my opinion on that matter. There are plenty of nominees this year. They didn't need to give a slot to this one. So, it did win Game of the Year in 2005, right? And that, to me, there should be no, like, double jeopardy type situation where it can win twice. I think that's BS, right? So, I understand people think this is a good game. I agree with you. I think it's a good game. It just shouldn't be on this particular nominee. What should be on this nominee? Well, glad you asked, Jack. So, guess what gets left off this list? Do you remember how I said Baldur's Gate 3 was the second game to come out of nowhere this year? Do y'all remember the first? Does anyone remember the first game to come out of the woodwork this year that surprised everyone? Yeah, Hogwarts Legacy. Hogwarts Legacy got 0 nominations across all of this. It should be nominated for Game of the Year. Should it win? That's another debate in and of itself, but it should be nominated. It is the best-selling game of the year still. It is the best-selling game. And it's not even nominated, which tells you that there is a huge agenda at work here. And I know that's what it is, right? We all know about the like debate that raged back and forth on the game itself, but I'm sorry, this is just a witch hunt at this point if you're not going to allow it to be nominated when it's clearly one of the highest rated and best games of the year. That just seems really stupid to me. Politics is trash. I agree. It has no place in the Game Awards, and I'll have another point to make on that one later. So that one's not there. Starfield didn't get the nomination. I think it deserved consideration. It probably did get considered and probably got left off. But when we have one that, to me, shouldn't really be here, I think you have at least arguments to be made for that, right? Same thing, Jedi Survivor didn't get here. In Jedi Survivor's case, I know exactly why it's not here. Jedi Survivor is an amazing game. I highly recommend you all get it. It's absolutely awesome for an action RPG if you guys like Star Wars. It is truly an amazing game. The problem, its performance was trash at launch. There were some really bad issues with the game itself and how it was optimized at launch. The game itself is great. I can't recommend it enough. The optimization was not good at launch. Supposedly, it's been fixed since then. So to me, for Game of the Year consideration, I don't see why that's holding it back, but yeah, we can look at stuff like Cyberpunk and say that certainly hurt it. That being said, Cyberpunk was still nominated for Game of the Year during its year. So I kind of call bullshit. But regardless, yeah, they didn't get Armored Core 6, which by all accounts is a great game. I knew Armored Core was going to be more niche than some of the other titles on this list. I always knew that, and when I talked about potential Game of the Year nominees, like throughout the year with people, I said, Armored Core is not winning Game of the Year. Guarantee it, 100%. Well, now it definitely is. It's not even nominated. But I do think it deserved nomination. I just didn't think it was going to win Game of the Year, because you had other heavy hitters that should have won. But it still deserved that nomination. Same thing, there's no Assassin's Creed. I did find that one funny, although Assassin's Creed has not been nearly as critically acclaimed. Final Fantasy 16 gets snubbed as well. So I really kind of wonder what the heck they're doing at this point. Like, it just is what it is. But I think this list could be way better. And I think outside of these three, we can certainly question each one of these and potentially have it replaced with any other. I think these three definitely deserve their nomination. The rest are questionable. So it is what it is. And that's just Game of the Year, chat. Now on to the next one. Best Action Adventure. This is wild to me because you could point to that list and sit there and go like, wait, there's technically more action adventure on that list. But regardless, yeah, you have action adventure. Chat, look at this. They didn't even have a sixth option. This should be Hogwarts Legacy, right? Right here. They didn't put it in. Like, what the fuck? So, if that's not an action adventure game, I don't know what is, right? Like, it's pretty clear they snubbed certain things. So, I haven't played, or I haven't seen too much gameplay of Alan Wake 2 to be able to say, is it actually action? Because to me, I know Alan Wake was always criticized as being a walking simulator. I don't know in the case of Alan Wake 2. So someone else would have to tell me in that regard. I think everything else here deserves to be here, in all seriousness. I am A-okay with all of these, and this is the only potential question I have. And like I said, I am happy this gets nominated. It absolutely deserves it. It absolutely deserves it. And out of these five, this is the gameplay that I actually felt like had the best, like, fluid action in it. I really do feel like that. That being said, I have not played Spider-Man 2. I've had people that have asked me to. It's just not high up on my list to, because I haven't even played the first one. So I've always heard great things about the Spider-Man games and how they have really been good here within the last two iterations in particular. So Yeah, I don't really have issues with that. Um, Star Wars Souls like, yeah, Jedi Survivor is I'd call it a Souls light, right? Where it's got a lot of the mechanic of a Souls type game, but it is not as tough. Remnant from the Ashes 2? Yeah, I think you could have nominated Remnant as well. I think there's definitely some other stuff that could go here, right? Like, it's kind of wild to me what they did. Now, again, the one that I think is going to win it, it's going to be Tears of the Kingdom. I actually think Tears of the Kingdom is going to win it, and I'm going to tell you guys why right now. I think Baldur's Gate 3 is winning Game of the Year. And I think the only one that's going to challenge it is Tears of the Kingdom. Because while Tears of the Kingdom and Spider-Man 2 are both great games, Spider-Man 2, the only real thing that it does different that I've heard from people is that you have the ability to swap between heroes with Parasite Peter and Miles. That's the big thing in Spider-Man 2. Otherwise, it's pretty samey to Spider-Man 1. They definitely did some new upgrades to the way the system works, but it's still fundamentally a lot of the same system. The reason I'm going to give that nod for a good, like, hey, this is the actual contender for Baldur's Gate is because Legend of Zelda has a whole new physics system that went crazy. They had developers and programmers tearing their hair out over how the hell did they actually manage to code this into their game. The building system in Tears of the Kingdom is great. I love that. It absolutely should win something for that innovation and ingenuity. So yeah, I think it should be this. But yeah, and the reason I think Baldur's Gate 3 wins Game of the Year, it's a beloved, revived franchise in the Baldur's Gate series. Got huge D&D background in that regard, right? But it's also that it is the most faithful representation of D&D mechanics that we've ever had in a video game. It's not perfect. It's not one-to-one still, but it is super close, and it is very much what people asked for. And the reason why that is because they listened to the people during their beta, during their early access phase. They listened and implemented the changes people wanted. That's why I think Baldur's Gate wins Game of the Year. But we'll see, right? Like, I may be surprised on this. Best VR AR game. I don't have a VR headset, chat, so I really can't speak to this one. I'm gonna say this though, it should be this one because I know the fix is already in. Okay, they showed you the entire reason why you want to play in VR right there, straight up. You want to experience getting picked up by Lady Dimitrescu. That's all it is. And that, in that regard, yeah, they absolutely should allow this to win. But you know, I'm sure stuff like Gran Turismo 7 is going to be amazing. I had not even heard of basically Horizon Call of the Mountain being AR, so that's interesting. Best action game. There it is, chat. Finally, you get to see Armored Core. Hi-Fi Rush, I definitely think deserves some consideration. I wish Hi-Fi Rush were actually indie, because to me that would win indie game of the year. But I'm gonna say right now, I can't snub it. I really do think the best action game this year is Armored Core, just based off of everyone's feedback on it. Hi-Fi Rush is amazing, but I think it needs to go to that. Best adaptation. Okay, where do I begin? So, chat, please do me a favor. I want each and every one of you to go vote for Mario. Please. I never heard bad things. I actually heard good things about Twisted Metal, but it was on Paramount Plus, and no one wants to watch that shit. So I guarantee you most of the people who did pirated it. I didn't hear anything good about this. The only thing good that I heard about was The Last of Us. That being said, honestly, no. I'm voting against it. I am actually go ahead and revealing my bias on this one. I don't like what Neil Druckmann did with Last of Us 2, and he has already said, as of the inception of the first one, they weren't even, I think, 2 or 3 episodes in before he announced that he couldn't wait to do season 2. Man, I can't wait to see what he does with season 2 either. That is to say, I'm not going to watch it, but I can't wait to hear the fallout from that travesty whenever he ends up adopting it. Either way, yeah, no, I want nothing to do with this, and I hope it crashes and burns. And this, chat, I love Castlevania. It's amazing. Do not vote for this pile of trash. This is not a faithful adaptation at all. And when this is the category is best adaptation, this has to lose. It must. I will even take you voting for The Last of Us over you voting for Castlevania Nocturne. Nocturne is trash. It does not at all represent the game, nor is it even close to what it should be compared to the prior season. It's not even we adapted it in a way that worked for the medium. No, they had an agenda, they pushed some shit. It's just bad, okay? Do yourself a favor, if you're gonna watch anything from Nocturne, only watch the last 6 episodes. Don't watch the first 6. And you still probably will dislike it even if you do that. Still. So, it is what it is. Cat's grinding that X and I'm loving it. Listen, I will be petty against this one. This one just, no. I was gonna write a good Castlevania adaptation, but fuck it. Yeah, I could write you a college thesis on every single episode as to why each one of those is wrong. And I'm not even a huge, player of the Castlevania games. I've played, 2 of them, and I'm sorry. Even I can tell that was not done well. And we have Best Art Direction. This is an interesting one. Honestly, Prophet was talking to me about this before. I kind of agree, Starfield should be here. Starfield actually does have pretty good, it's got that NASA punk theme. It should actually be in here for doing something different with its art style. Because Super Mario should not. It's the same art direction that it's been for 40 years. 40! Nothing has changed in 40 years. This should not be in here. I don't see anything groundbreaking or innovative or anything good about it. Honestly, from what I've seen with Alan Wake 2, it definitely appears to have a much more robust Hi-Fi Rush. I'm gonna be real with you, Hi-Fi Rush should win this category. It should. Because they did the cel-shaded animated style and they adapted that into the game. Into the gameplay with the music, incorporating all of it. I think it works and it should win. I really do. If it's not going to win any other category, it should win this category to me. And I don't hate Tears of the Kingdom. Tears of the Kingdom is amazing, right? It's great. It's just Tears of the Kingdom is largely still the same as Breath of the Wild. So I don't really feel like they should get too much of an edge on that. That being said, I do prefer Tears of the Kingdom style over Breath of the Wild, but there's very small differences. Pizza Tower should be here? No, it shouldn't. No, it shouldn't. Best audio design. I'm gonna be real with y'all. It's not that Dead Space doesn't have good audio design. That Dead Space has the same audio design. It really does. It's the exact same. So, Hi-Fi Rush, sure. Hi-Fi Rush probably should win this category. Do you know what should win this category, in my opinion? Yep. AC6 is nice. I have no idea, though, because I haven't played a prior a prior Armored Core game to know like how much of that is the same, or did they do something true and unique? That being said, I also think this one definitely deserves a good honorable mention here. That like this stuff is 100% like they went all out with the audio in Resident Evil 4 Remake. I think that is something that they did a great job with. But still. Best communities. Chat, I want y'all to do me a favor. It should be this, okay? It should be this. Don't reward this. Don't reward it, okay? I know y'all like Cyberpunk. Don't reward Cyberpunk for community support. They did what they should have done after they fucked up. Don't reward it, okay? Reward this that launched it and immediately kept patching it, immediately went balls to the wall. They had the fastest pace of patching and supporting their game that I have ever seen in any game, okay? But the one you should all vote for, just to prove how shit the Game Awards are, is Destiny 2. Right here. Destiny 2 should be absolutely voted 100% of the community vote just to meme on them. Just to dunk on them for how stupid their nominations are. Like, I do not understand this at all. Destiny 2 is going through a topsy-turvy upending, is all I can say. We're not even sure that the next expansion for Destiny 2 is coming out. It's unofficially canceled. Several of the developers have been fired as the game is underperforming and players are quitting and saying that the game is stale. And it got nominated for Best Community Support, probably ahead of time, probably because some money changed hands, not because of anything actually concrete. Like, yeah, I mean, I think you could say any live service game that's still ongoing and hasn't had a major, like, disaster this year should be here. You could put League and Dota in here as well. Like, but that, nah. And it's the same reason why No Man's Sky shouldn't win either. You guys shouldn't vote for No Man's Sky because No Man's Sky is just doing what it should have been doing all along. It's still making up for how it fucked up originally with all of its lies, right? So, yeah, no, if you're gonna vote an actual vote for Baldur's Gate 3, please. And then, if you want to meme on them, vote for Destiny 2 because I can't wait to watch Jeff Keighley's face as he has to announce at the Game Awards that Destiny 2 wins the award for Best Community Support. He is going to shit a brick if he has to do that. And it's gonna be great. Dota had some controversy with a recent international battle pass. Okay, well that I don't know, right? But the whole point is, like, I just want to see Jeff Keighley's face. Best indie game. I actually have not heard of Cocoon. I've seen some gameplay of Dredge. I didn't know it was that big of a deal. Pizza Tower. I cannot think of a good thing to say about this game. I will just say the people that play this game are a very special set of people. I've watched someone play this game for quite a few hours. Man, this game is like jerking off with sandpaper. That's all I can say. But yeah, I feel like there's some other things that should have won, but they weren't true indies. So yeah, Pizza Tower is the only one I've heard of. Pizza Tower is the only one that I have seen people actually stream. So give it to Pizza Tower. Like, at least recognize it for what it is. I have not heard of Venba. I have not heard of Viewfinder. Although I at least like the singular picture that they did for Viewfinder. It looks aesthetic as fuck. But that being said, it is what it is. Cat, don't vote ruler. Now I actually know who two of these people are. Don't vote ruler. Ruler just got his ass handed to him by Faker in the league championships. So, just vote for Faker, okay? Faker deserves it too. Faker is freaking amazing. I don't know who these people are for CSGO or Valorant or Call of Duty or Apex. Vote Faker. Don't vote for League, chat, I beg of you. Then listen, one of y'all better come up with this person is totally not cancer for one of the other categories, okay? But I will be voting Faker. The rest of you can vote for something else. Where's the fighting game community rep? Yeah, and I'll say this. Fighting game community got snubbed too. Like, dead serious. Street Fighter had a 92 on Metacritic. I don't think the community felt the same way about Street Fighter. But Street Fighter was a very highly reviewed game. And does not show up in any of the... Like you could have given it a direction for, like, art direction. You could have given it that sort of nominee. Okay, so then best esports coach. The Florida Mayhem Overwatch. Chat, I want y'all to do me a favor and vote for this guy. And you're probably thinking, it's because he's Florida Man, right, chat? No, it's not. You want to vote for this guy because they just shut down the Overwatch League, and it's a travesty that they did. It's just stupid. So vote for Overwatch and watch it win, and let's all laugh again at the Game Awards, because they're stupid. And they clearly made this shit ahead of time. Not heard of a single person here. I will say, don't vote for this guy, because he's going on hiatus because he just got his butt kicked. So he certainly shouldn't win Game of the Year, or sorry, Coach of the Year, because he literally just coached the losing team and is retiring in quote unquote disgrace because of it. He basically threw the entire blame on him because he advised for the wrong picks and bans during the match. So, it is what it is. But the Golden Road? Yeah, the Golden Road. Again, I don't have any idea who this is. I don't have any idea who this is or any idea who this is. Just vote for this guy. Overwatch League was always the worst part of Overwatch IMO. Yeah, and that's exactly why we should vote for it. Best esports event. League of Legends World Championship. I mean, I'm biased because I've actually watched some of this now. I have no idea on this. I'm gonna say this. I actually think EVO is the best. It's the one I hear talked about the most. Like dead serious, right? Like, I certainly hear League talked about, but EVO is the one I hear talked about the most. Because it's all the fighting games. It's an actual, like, event with everybody involved. Not like, oh, but we have the League of Legends World Championship, but we have the Dota World Championship. Like, they need to, like, have a joint event for both of these, and then that would be on par with EVO. But, like, as it stands, EVO itself, to me, should probably win. Best esports teams. Well, don't vote for them. They just lost. I've heard of Fnatic because they're involved in other things. I've not heard of this. I've not heard of this. I've not heard of this. So I have no idea. Also kind of interesting that Valorant gets 2 nominees, and yeah, it's the same deal. Like, we don't have, like, really any representatives of the fighting game community in here. Best esports game. League of Legends, Valorant, PUBG, Counter-Strike, or Dota 2. Chat, how does people feel about Counter-Strike 2? Because I know, like, Counter-Strike everyone loved, but how do people feel about the, like, revamp? I really haven't heard from people. Rip no Rocket League, yeah. They had their ass handed to them in the finals for Dota 2. PUBG still has a league? I don't know, man. PS2 sucks? So did they do away with the original Counter-Strike? Or are we gonna get like Counter-Strike reforged here in like a year? It got upgraded by 4, so it's like Overwatch 2. I know this feels like a 2010 list. That's because it is. Like all of this shit was still out back then, right? Like, I'm probably gonna be voting League just because I actually play it now. But the rest of these I don't play. So, best family game. All right, chat. Which one's the best family game? Is it Super Mario Brothers Wonder? Is it Pikmin 4? Is it Party Animals? Is it Disney Illusion Island? Or is it Sonic Superstars? I've only played Mario. Yeah, I mean, I'll say this. I do feel like Mario just has that kind of thing. To me, it's probably one of these. I don't really see Sonic Superstars being much of a family game. I know it has co-op, and that's the big thing that they're trying to, like, hype, but I just don't. I'm sorry. I didn't really realize that some of these could be played with multiple people, whether or not they can, but I guess it is. It's actually the coffin of Andy and Lele. I'm deeply disturbed by your Irish lore. You can beat up your family members so best. I see. Yeah, Party Animals, I have heard that is a thing. And it has a crocodile, so I'll probably vote for the funny crocodile. All right. Best fighting game. Yeah, Street Fighter 6, Mortal Kombat, Doko, Heck win, yeah. Next year? Yeah, surely not. It definitely feels like if games release sometime in like the window of like October to December, they are just like screwed for Game of the Year nominations sometimes. Feels Morty, they give her the 2 months. Also, K-On Lovers, they give her the follow. And I Am Awoken as well. Street Fighter 6 wins this? Yeah. I think it does just by virtue of popularity. Although Mortal Kombat 1 might. Like, Mortal Kombat 1 has recency bias in its favor, right? Faker, yes. So we'll see. I don't think it's going to be God of Rock. I don't think it's going to be Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl. I don't think it's going to be Pocket Bravery. To me, it's between these two, because these are the only two that the FGC community would recognize on this list, I think. Best game direction. The chat, directing is more like the actual, like, framing of the story, the pacing of it, all of that, right? Like, I can certainly say that Baldur's Gate 3 has some issues and I'm not done with it yet, but it's probably going to be Baldur's Gate 3 for me. And that's not really fair to Alan Wake 2 because I haven't played it, or Spider-Man, but it probably will be, at least out of these two that I have played. I do like Tears of the Kingdom, but I just really feel like Baldur's Gate 3 is a complete package in terms of, like, this is what a story should be, right? There's no direction in Baldur's Gate 3? Oh, no, there definitely is. Definitely is. Best independent game. Wait, hold on. What was the category before this? We had action... Indie. Huh? 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 Game Awards, go home, you're drunk. Debut versus any indie. I'm gonna say this right now. Then this should be off the list. This should be off the list, and this should be off the list because only these two aired this year, and I have heard of them and scored highly. Like, these are the only two. Yeah, and I think it's gonna be Sea of Stars. I actually have a like desire to play Dave the Diver. Does anyone want to watch me play Dave the Diver? Sea of Stars is fantastic. Yes, I may play it for you guys. More egregious thing is Dave the Diver isn't really indie. I mean, who is Mint Rocket owned by if it's not? Viewfinder is so indie you haven't heard of it? To be fair, most of these indie games I haven't heard of. It's owned by Nexon? Oh, Jesus. We're all making Nexon rich, I didn't realize. But yeah, I even saw Sabotage tweet about it. So, like, I really think it's probably going to go to one of these two. And to me, it's probably going to be Sea of Stars, because Sea of Stars became a media darling, as it basically got like 95 on Metacritic. Like, it's a super highly rated game. I think it's since calmed down some. I think it's down to like 92 or something like that. But it's definitely at least a well-reviewed game. Best mobile game. That's the one I'm voting for, chat. Hello Kitty Island Adventure. At least Genshin is there? It's not. It's just Star Rail. But, like, good. Finally, they got rid of Genshin off this list. Like, I will give them this. In all seriousness, I will give them this, chat. Honkai Star Rail is far more of a mobile game than Genshin Impact is. That being said, they both can be played on PC, and that's still where the majority of people play it. Where's Nikke? You know why Nikke's not here. Nikke will never be nominated for any award. You're basically playing softcore porn. Like, you're not. It's not actually softcore, because there isn't really any ass or titty exposed. But, yeah, no, Nikke's never going to be nominated. It's too lewd. Have you played Hello Kitty? I don't know, have I? You'll just have to wait and see, Power. There's no liar here. Good, Jay got timed out for that comment. Best multiplayer. I don't think anyone's gonna tell you that one right now. I have talked with Spartan, who's been playing Season 2 of Diablo 4. Apparently, Season 2 is a lot better. They are beginning to listen to the community more, but, like, I'm sorry. One, they don't deserve recognition for this. Not at least for how it launched and how it has been. And two, it's gonna take a whole lot more than, well, we got one season right before I finally, like, end up acknowledging Diablo 4 again. Diablo 4 is multiplayer only to incentivize you to buy cosmetics. Oh, absolutely. I mean, Diablo 3 was multiplayer. Diablo 2 was multiplayer. Like, it's not strange for it to be multiplayer. The strange part is just it's all a money-making scheme and people are tired of Blizzard shit. I mean, like, to me, yeah, like, your fighting games should all be here, should all be nominated. And this is why... Yeah, this is why I say it's a monetary thing. It's been alleged for quite a while that like you basically need to pay your way into the Game Awards, and only a successful game can do that because they're the only ones that have made the money to make the contribution. That being said, I'm sure some studios just say, we don't care, we're not gonna win it anyways, so screw it, we're not paying our way in, right? And I don't blame them for that. And, you know, I've seen the Game Awards try to come out and claim, oh, no, we're not corrupt in the slightest. Our judges are totally not paid off. And I'm like, you're right. I'm sure they're not wined and dined like they're some sort of Washington, D.C. politician by the game devs. I guarantee you there's nothing out there for meals and entertainment on their books for dining these people out and giving them everything that they can. So, to me, yeah, no, I absolutely think it should be Baldur's Gate 3. Also, the fact that you can kind of go in and out, it's a lot better than Larian's prior games in this regard. So, yeah, I'm giving it to Baldur's Gate 3. If you guys want to vote Street Fighter 6, go for it. Or even Super Mario Bros. Wonder, go for it. Like I said, I don't think any of those or even Party Animals is bad. Just do yourself a favor. Don't vote for Diablo 4. It's the only one that shouldn't win. Everything else should. Best narrative. So, I find this interesting. You guys can tell me one way or the other as to how you feel about it. But for me, personally, I would rather they had a separate category for best remake and best DLC. I don't really want to see Cyberpunk, which is a 3-year-old game, getting nominated yet again for best narrative, right? Like, I'm sorry, like, it's a great DLC from everything I've heard from people, but no, I don't think it should be nominated. Yeah, I mean, I obviously am going to be biased towards Baldur's Gate. I've heard good things about this, but I've also heard people say that the story is on this. Like it just kind of, it's what you expect from a Spider-Man game. Final Fantasy 16 has a very good story, and I'm going to say this right now. What the fuck, Game Awards? Why is this like the only category that this has really been nominated for? It's basically been this, and I think the action game were all it was nominated for. Let me actually double check that real quick here. Nope, it wasn't even. This is its only nomination so far. That's wild, dude. It, like, chat. It absolutely should be here. Absolutely. It's Icon May Cry, as everyone refers to it as. So it's Devil May Cry, but with icons from Final Fantasy. Like, it really should be. It was a fun game for its combat. I don't understand that. That's a snub, if I've ever seen one. Like, and that being said, I'm of the opinion that I actually hope that the series does not take this direction in the future. It was a fun one-off, but I don't want to see this be the future of the Final Fantasy franchise. I hope the devs come to grips with the fact that people that are huge fans of the franchise prefer the older style of games, but it is what it is, okay? So that being said, still, I thought it was a pretty good game. You guys heard when I initially played through it, I gave it like an 8 out of 10. I thought it was a good game. I thought it was a solid game. I had no real issue with it from that perspective. So, its story I thought was pretty good. However, I'm going to give it to Baldur's Gate 3, and the reason why, I don't like the ending to 16. I felt it was very forced. That being said, that's the dominant way that I felt about Cyberpunk 2077. I know Phantom Liberty addresses some of that, but at the end of the day, still no. I'm gonna give it to Baldur's Gate. Best ongoing game. Yeah, I also don't think this deserves it, because to me, the only things that should be in this category are live service games. That is to say, games that are continually ongoing, multiplayer, supporting. Like, no, you do not deserve this. I'm sorry. Like, I don't have an axe to grind against 2077. I want to make that clear. However, 2077 fucked up originally. We all know that. And I played the game and I said it was not nearly as bad as people were giving it crap for, right? But even the short little bit that I played of the DLC, I could already tell you guys that it had some issues that still, to me, were not addressed by that. At the end of the day, it's not an ongoing game. It's still a single player experience that they have just continued to support because they messed up originally. So 3 years later, it's finally gotten its first DLC/expansion. And while I do think that's, you know, honorable in and of itself, it deserves its own category of recognition, not as an ongoing game. That being said, the fuck? No. Certainly there's some other stuff here, but I'm gonna say this: 14 should win this, as it always should. And that's not because 14 is some unassailable juggernaut. It's because these nominees are crap. Like, all we get are Apex, Fortnite, and Genshin, and 14 every year. It's the same four. This is the whole reason why Cyberpunk is in. They're trying to hinge on the Cyberpunk popularity to swing this to get a different result than they normally get. Start allowing different games to be nominated in this category. It's a travesty that these four have been the same four that have been here for the past, like, God, I think it's like 4 or 5 years. Like, there are other live service games out there. Start nominating them. Best performance: Ben Starr as Clyde in Final Fantasy. Cameron Monaghan in as God, what's his name? I cannot remember it all of a sudden. Why am I not remembering his name? The protagonist of Cal, thank you. Cal Kestis. Idris Elba in Cyberpunk. I do think he probably wins this one because he's the only famous actor in this category. That being said, I don't know who Melanie Liburd is in Alan Wake 2. Yuri Lowenthal. Okay, no, so Yuri Lowenthal's another one, actually, in Spider-Man 2. So both of them have that name recognition. I'm gonna tell you right now, Alistair should win it. Like, absolutely. Like, sorry, not Alistair. Asterion. Too much League chat. Asterion should win it. Straight up. I do like Ben Starr as Clive. I do like Cameron Monaghan as Star Wars Jedi Survivor. He should have won it the very first time. He really should have, if he didn't. I don't remember if he did. Actually, I think he did win it for the original Jedi Fallen Order portrayal, but I may be wrong. But no, Neil Newbon absolutely deserves it. If you guys have ever seen or heard Asterion in the game, you guys will hear it probably from me tonight later on. But yeah, no, he absolutely deserves it. Best RPG. All right. I have some issues with it. And the first and foremost is this right here. Chat, why is this not nominated for action game? Why is this nominated in RPG? It's an action game. It's a Souls-like. It's not an RPG. I'm sorry. You are playing as one character. You have no real control over that character's appearance. It is that character, right? You are playing a very set thing. Now, you could say that's a role-playing game, but to me, an RPG kind of allows you to have some freedom of choice, or it's going to give you a party. In that regard, this should also not be here. Yeah, I'm saying it. I love the Final Fantasy series, but the Final Fantasy series has not been RPGs for years. They've been at best JRPGs, okay? But at the end of the day, this is an action game. We don't call Devil May Cry an RPG. It's the same thing in that regard, too. So to me, the only ones that actually should be here are this, and yeah, this. These should be here. But even then, I'm still going to say I don't believe either of these should be. Is Tales of an RPG? Yeah, and I think you could have other nominees here. Where's Dragon's Quest in here? Yeah. Where's Golem? No, to hell with that. But anyways, yeah, it's probably going to go to Baldur's Gate 3 again. I love Starfield. I know a lot of people are super critical of this game. And I know y'all are probably going to sit here and say, oh, but Cad, you're not playing it right now. You're right. I'm not playing it right now. Soon, DM. I'm focusing on getting Baldur's Gate 3 done first because it should be done. Where's Star Ocean? That's a good point. But when did Star Ocean come out, chat? Because I think there is a stated cutoff, and the cutoff is like, it's like early November. And usually most games that release around this time period just don't make it. Last week? Oh yeah, if that's the case, no, you're dead, right? Like you ain't making it. Because I understand it from a simple standpoint of they do have to like finalize things and like set things in stone. But you look at stuff like Destiny and you start realizing like, yeah, they really probably had this set in stone like over a month ago type deal. Anyways, best score in music. This is different than the audio direction. It's different than the sound. And in that regard, like, yeah, maybe Hi-Fi Rush doesn't win the best audio, but would be potentially winning right here. I'm sorry, chat, but for me, out of this entire list, while I do think this absolutely popped off, I have no issue if you want to vote for Final Fantasy 16. That soundtrack, quite literally, is fire. However, some points to make. One, it's mostly a handful of soundtracks that really carry the entire thing. Sorry, a handful of tracks that carry the entire soundtrack. The rest of it is pretty meh for 16 to me. Like, there's not anything else I remember outside of one or two songs. That's not that different from most Final Fantasy stuff. That being said, I'm going down by the river. Inky Embers swirling round. It is straight up stuck in my head. It lives rent free. It is got one of the best soundtracks of all time, in my opinion. And I don't say that lightly. I'm a huge music fan. I love Zelda's music. They didn't do anything really big or original with this one, sadly. I really didn't feel like there was too much of anything standing out. Part of that, though, too, is that I'm kind of ruined by having played Skyward Sword. The music for Skyward Sword is genius. And they made you play it potentially right before Tears of the Kingdom came out because it kind of segues into it some. Skyward Sword has a better soundtrack than Tears of the Kingdom does. So it kind of hurts my opinion of Tears of the Kingdom. What's up, Sky? How's it going? Final Fantasy 7 and 8 are really some of the best, too. Yeah, I think most Final Fantasies have one or two songs that really pop off for them. There's a couple that are very memorable for a lot of people. 16 has like, I want to say like 5 different tracks that are really good. The rest I'm kind of meh on. But it definitely has some good ones. Like I said, I have no problem if someone wants to vote 16. But this one's getting my vote. Best sports racing. I'm so glad they at least combined these two categories because I do not care. I'm sorry. All right, chat, which one wins this one? Y'all can tell me. Welcome back, Pion. Didn't Skyward Sword Switch come out after Breath of the Wild? Yes. Hot Wheels for the memes? I like the way you think, chat. I like the way you think. Yes, let's go with Hot Wheels. Content creator of the year. Where is Khadroth? Obviously, I'm not there. I'm gonna be real with y'all and say that I have not heard of any of these. I have heard of Iron Mouse. Honestly, from what I know of Iron Mouse, yeah, it's probably gonna be Iron Mouse that I vote for. So I hope she actually gets it. Like, I'm gonna roll a d6. You can't roll a d6. There's only 5 of them. You gotta roll a d5. Mouse is winning easily. Mouse will definitely win in the VTuber community. This will definitely be a big, like, testament to how big is the VTuber community compared to some of these others. Because one of these is probably like a Minecraft guy. Another one's probably like a Fortnite dude. Like, so that's going to be the real question as to how big it is. Khadroth won? Yes. Okay, sweet. Go me. Games for Impact. Chat. The category that shouldn't exist. Remember how we were just talking about originally the snubbing of Hogwarts Legacy for this entire thing? And that politics really had no place in any of this? Category shouldn't exist because of that same reason. I have not heard of really, like, any of these. I think I'm a vote for the deer because it's aesthetic. Like, also by Devolver Digital and Netflix. I don't know, because I've literally not heard of a single one of these, and I for sure am not voting for this. You know who you are. I don't need an impact for this. I'm sorry. Innovation and accessibility. Yes, we paid you money so that you would nominate us for an extra category. I don't know, chat. Did any of these games do anything unique or different? You'd have to tell me. I've played Diablo 4. Diablo 4 does not innovate anything. So Diablo 4 should not be there. What is this category? So I did see, I think it was like a couple years back, the original God of War remake, reboot, right? Like, so the first, Dad of Boy, like, did actually have some really cool accessibility features that they added for like colorblind people, and such. So it's like, yeah, that, like, straight up, like, I felt like that won it. I don't feel like this should be a category even every year because it feels like it's just a forced thing. Mortal Kombat 1 pay for fatalities? Okay, John Ridicello. I like how these never say what accessibility they have. They'll probably announce it at the actual stream, but yeah, I do agree with you. It should say what their innovation is. Most anticipated game. Oh, what is my most anticipated game? What is my most anticipated game? This is difficult, okay? Because you've got the Final Fantasy VII Part 2. You've got Hades 2, which a lot of people are looking forward to. Got another Like a Dragon. Okay, chat. I need y'all to tell me. Tell me right now. Is this Like a Dragon the actual Like a Dragon sequel? And not, we're totally using the name Like a Dragon again, but it's absolutely got nothing to do with Ichiban Kasuga. Yes, it's the sequel. Okay, I'm hyped for that then. Because, like, I'm sick and tired of them milking the Like a Dragon name. WWE 2K3 is the winning? I don't think it is. Tekken 8. Wait, chat, I thought Tekken 8 was already out. Am I confused? Is Tekken 8 not already out? Just the beta. Okay, I didn't realize that. Out in January. Okay. Are you filling this out? No, this is just on Twitter. Yeah. I'm a huge Star Wars fan. Y'all know this. I'm biased. Okay? That being said, while I do actually like that they're doing something different, it's not just going to be Jedi. I wasn't that impressed by the original, like, you know, it just looks like it's Star Wars GTA. That really is all it looked like to me. So, but are you an NFT fan? Because that's Ubisoft. Oh, are you an NFT fan, Prophet? Because that's Square Enix. Yeah, I'm gonna be real with y'all. Like, to me, it's between these two. Hades 2 is gonna be a big deal. Absolutely. And Like a Dragon's true sequel? Yeah, I'll be hyped for that. I'll be hyped for that. So to me, it's these two. I know some of y'all super waiting for this. I'm gonna be real. I'm not even sure this comes out in 2024. I know they've given it an announcement. I don't care. I don't trust them. But I'm also like my expectations, my hype for this are somewhat tempered by my reservations having played the first. I like what they did with the first, but I still had major problems with both the storytelling and some of the gameplay of it. So I will wait and see, because I also really want to see how they handle the Aerith situation. I swear to God, if they mess up this story, I'm probably not getting the third part. So a lot hinges on this, and not in a good way, right? Like, I'm not necessarily all out for that. So. Play the OG Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, I low-key kind of agree. And then last and certainly least from their eyes, best simulator / strategy game. I'm actually glad that they give this a category. However, damn, they really didn't want to do anything here. Cities Skylines 2, I've only heard bad things about. Fire Emblem Engage, I've heard some good things, some bad things. Pikmin 4, I've only heard good things. Company of Heroes 3, I didn't realize was releasing this year. Advance Wars got delayed, so I didn't hear anything too much about it. But I'm gonna be real with y'all. This is Advance Wars 1 and 2 remake, repackage. So no, this should not win it. Sorry. Like, I know Advance Wars is a great game. It should not win it, though. Give it to something new, right? Not gonna lie, Pikmin 4 is Pikmin 4 made people hype. Yeah, then vote Pikmin 4, right? Like, I think that might be what I do too. But like, give it to them. The heck kind of list is this for strategy? Gotta love it. But yeah, so it's like, to me, some of these shouldn't be here, should be here, yada yada yada. And like, I'll be honest with you and say you could easily fit far more indie games in the strategy category than any other category. There are so many indie games. It's wild to me that they don't do anything. January 26, 2024. I know. I just, the meme chat is that Final Fantasy VII Part 2 Remake is not going to come out until, like, ever. Where are the real-time strategy? Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, right? I've seen people say real-time strategy is dead, and I'm just like, I don't think it is. Yeah, it might be dead by developer standards. It's just like, you do get some real-time strategy games. They're just not always what you expect, right? I wish these categories were chosen by games that released the same year. I wish these categories were chosen by games that released the same year. Wait, what do you mean? You here waiting on Civ 7? Dude, Hayes, like, low-key, I hope they do. Because Civ 6 sucks. Like, I played Civ 6. I regret playing Civ 6. Civ 6, I didn't think they could make a more dumbed down game than Civ 5, and they proved me wrong. They really proved me wrong. Meaning all categories being that year only. Oh, yeah, I gotcha. I mean, technically everything is this year only, technically. It's just like, it's all stuff that happened here. Where's the Dune game that came out this year? Yeah, it's another, like, one that I was sitting there thinking of. Like, chat, we could probably sit here and end up going to, I have no idea what page I was on. That may have been a porn game, so I just wanted to make sure. Sometimes, chat, I look at the reviews on porn games because I find them funny. I don't actually own any of them, but I always, like, click into them and read them to VIP, so I just wanted to make sure. But let me go to the strategy games category here. Let me also make sure there's no strategy porn games. Right, so, like, you've got Age of Empires that got redone. You've got Crusader Kings 3, but, like, some of these weren't out this year, right? So, like, that's a thing. You can see it's also recommending Dota. Like, Cities Skylines did actually come out this year. Yeah, I did hear apparently there's Stronghold the Definitive Edition. I'll have to look into that, because, man, Stronghold was a game of all time. Not a good one, but it was a game of all time. Yeah, that's sort of the problem. Like, you, chat, under strategy, you have Counter-Strike 2. And while I get that a game can have strategy in it, that doesn't make it a strategy game. It's the same thing as, like, we now refer to everything as an RPG, and I'm like, it's not a role-playing game just because it has an experience bar in it. Like, I'm sorry. Yes, but I'm a shoot first, exactly. Yeah, wow, are there really just, like... I guess there really haven't been that many strategy game releases this year. And none of them are very big. Oh, chat, like low-key? Low-key, chat? What about Ratopia? It just came out. Zoomers don't like strategies. No, like low-key. None of y'all expect the, none of y'all expect this. Just wait. Just keep watching. This apparently just came out. It's not all animated, by the way. Oh wait, maybe it is. This may be the teaser trailer. Zomrats, yeah. They're really like, you know, kind of putting that one in. Yeah, here's the one with actual gameplay footage. Like, it's kind of Terraria. Like, y'all kind of see, right? Rataria? Yeah. Rataria, there you go. Reminds me of that one Fallout game. Fallout Shelter. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Apparently they're coming out with another one that's like, it's that, but it's set in the Elder Scrolls, and it's gonna be like castles. See, this is where it looks more like Terraria, right? There's a big zombie rat. Way too clean for a New York subway. Dude, they have elevators and jails. Just think, all of this is under your house. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, anyways, I saw the trailers for this the other day. I was like, oh, it actually kind of looks interesting. We'll see. It's apparently very similar to like Timberborn and Frostpunk and stuff like that. So, because I guess it's like Terraria, but a little bit more strategy focused rather than like. And I haven't played too much Terraria, but isn't Terraria a little bit more like Minecrafty and like player focused? I will definitely roll for cute rats when they come out. Ah, yes, Daikokuten, obviously, right? All right, chat. Let us continue on. As today we play Baldur's Gate 3, which apparently I need to update. Oh no. All right, chat, what was the biggest snub that you think? Like which category should they have have added a game to? Baldur's Gate 3 time? No YOLO roll, Sag? Oh, yeah, hold on. Let me do the YOLO roll. While it's updating. I said I was gonna do a YOLO roll. I'm gonna do a YOLO roll. Alright. Well, I guess we'll do... I guess we won't, because I only have 2 more paid chords. So I will sit on that. Story roll? No. AC6 Game of the Year? Like I said, I knew Armored Core wasn't going to win it. I knew it wasn't. But I do agree it should have been nominated. Golem, Kong Island, and Redfall all got snubbed for good reason. I don't think that one's at all, like, bad, right? Hello, Chuck. Gaming needs more stuff like AC6 too. Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, I think it's kind of a travesty that we don't have, like, the Mech Warrior franchise really anymore. Like... Oh no! Why? Wrong quick SSR. Oh, that's not Nobu? That is not Nobu. Robo Horse, yes. Streamer loot? I guess you could call it that. I wouldn't. What's up, Chuck? Seeing you here streaming on YouTube, just checked you're also on Twitch. Yes, I am. I'm on both. I was wondering why Dave the Diver was missing from the earlier category. Yeah, I have no idea either. Right? Like, that's wild to me. How they determine indie and independent is just weird because that is what indie means, is independent. Mori coins, nice, yes. Yeah, it should be Mori and Izo should be in these. And he's mecha too, just like Okuni's stand, yes. Well, We ended up getting quite a bit there. At least I ended up getting some of the 3-star Cs, but that's unfortunate because I can always get those from FP rolling. So I wish instead I'd got like a 4 or a 5-star C, but it is what it is. And I also got the Ezo coins, so not bad. Basically got quite a nice roll there. I guess you could say the scale of the studio. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't... in that regard, then Larian is independent. Like, best independent game should be won by Larian Studios, which is wild. Like, the fact that they're not sort of, like, nominated is kind of wild to me. Should I do an 11 roll for the C's? No, you should not. The logic kind of goes that you should never roll just for craft essences to make you more efficient in an event. Because if you think about it, you're spending 30 quartz. And if you just, you know, were in such a crazy situation that you were like, but I really need it for efficiency, but I have no apples, you could still just instead take one of those quartz and each quartz would be an apple. And that would make it still more efficient. You would get more runs that way. So I don't know. I don't think it's really a big deal, but I would tell you probably if that's your only goal to not roll. Spend them as rappels instead. Yeah. It's about debut indie versus any indie. Yeah, and I know that's what chat was saying before. It's just like they didn't really say that. So it is what it is. Baldur's Gate 2 is still superior. Listen, I've never played Baldur's Gate 2, so I don't know. All I know is I love Baldur's Gate 3. It's great. Which SSR spook is your most disliked character? Ooh, SSR spook for most disliked character. We're in Act 3, by the way, chat. Honestly, probably Nightingale. That's the one that, like, you give me more copies of it, I can't even do anything with it. Now everyone knows Baldur's Gate series because of 3. People knew Baldur's Gate series even before, but it did revive the franchise. I think the only concerning thing is we kind of know that they don't have plans to make another. So I hope they go back on that, but we'll see. This game's going to be a game that'll last a long time. Okay, so where did I leave off? Because that's the better question. I know I'm in... Yeah, I was going to say, I know I'm in the actual city of Baldur's Gate now.
Always at your side.
Gods, I spent 7 years choked by Mazora's leash. And I spent 7 years hoping to break free. I never knew freedom could taste so bittersweet.
So this is the only thing to me in Baldur's Gate 3 that really needs work is how the cutscenes are handled. Because I know it's like a dynamic cutscene in-engine rather than a pre-rendered or pre-shot one, right? But there are, like, things about it that are very jank when you first load into a cutscene.
I didn't. I don't. My sacrifice kept Baldur's Gate safe from Tiamat's rage. But that doesn't mean that the leash never chafed. That I was content to lap up whatever nonsense Mizora fed me. The leash has been broken and my father left for dead. Tomorrow I celebrate my gain. But today,
anyone knows
I'm all loss.
A moment passes.
Oh wait.
In the stillness, you find a mote of tranquility.
The Raven Guard name now lives solely with me. I will make it count for something.
Yeah, your father's not dead yet.
I signed his life away before the Hell's Witnesses. It would be easier to drink the sticks down to the last drop than to alter his fate. I'd be a fool to wish otherwise. We obtain the final 2 Netherstones and take back our minds. And the city. From the brain.
Hey, we just gotta kill the brain, chat. Oh, right. So I think I was trying to find the imposter that chat had told me about. And there was no imposter is what we determined. At least it is impossible to detect the imposter as of yet. Like, I cannot find them no matter how much I accuse them or kill each one of them.
Come for a chat?
I'm afraid that's not an option. I'm quite stubborn, you see. Take a swing or a stab if you want, but I'll just slip away for a breather. One of the perks of being a half-devil, of course.
I like how the only thing I can say to her is nasty things like leave. Hi, Withers.
Fate spins along as it should.
Dost thou require a new ally? Or mayhaps a resurrection instead?
No, no one important has died. What build did I go with? This is my own personal campaign. It's not chat's campaign that we are playing. It is not the multiplayer campaign. So I am playing a paladin, basically. And I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I am a devotion paladin. Okay, I will leave the party then, because clearly I must have to advance to other stuff. Still better than Dragon Age Inquisition? Oh, absolutely. I love Dragon Age Origins. Dragon Age Origins is an amazing game. Everything after Dragon Age, well, the story's kind of okay, but I don't really care too much for the game. That being said, Inquisition did have a pretty good story. And a pretty decent soundtrack. Wait. Oh, right. I can actually use my keys. And it's left click to move. Well, that's weird.
Better not be cursed.
Okay, I guess we go to the lower city. When talking with NPCs in particular, it's very lackluster. Yeah, I agree with that. Cat is romancing chat. Yeah, I have not romanced anyone. I am a virgin in this playthrough. Which I know is wild for people. Origins in the DLC were amazing back in the day. They were. That I don't believe you slept with someone. Have to have? Nope. You do not have to have. And it's what's very interesting is Gale absolutely has tried. Like, he's tried like 3 or 4 times, and I just tell him no every time. Yeah, MMO type fetch quests had no place in RPGs, and I don't know why they ever thought it did. Here, let me kill OBS there, as it's probably lagging the game some. Mm-hmm. Hello, Coat. Just waiting on the game to load. I'm in the actual city of Baldur's Gate, though, so it's a little spicy, clearly.
By order of Lord Gortash, all livestock admitted to the city must be surrendered. All
So I have
livestock
not
is now
been
before
here
the
yet.
Local Council for the duration of the ongoing
They'd be out catching crooks, not turning a blind eye.
If not over, then through.
Okay, Basilisk Gate. Let's save.
About time. The Manip assured me a builder would come around a 10-day ago, and... Hold it. You're not the builder. Which means I've got no use for you.
But you might. Is everyone in the neighborhood as friendly as you? Why do you need a carpenter so badly?
Hooligans at the Mermaid have been using my shutters for target practice. And that's not the half of it. I've had to replace the same window 3 times now, not to mention the mess they've made of my front door. Now either you learn to fix my broken shutters, or you wag your tongue elsewhere.
What? Why would I fix your broken shutters? I don't give a shit. Ah, Fist Miller.
Told you about 8 times.
Your tools were stolen, right? No, you were mugged. Wait, I'm mixing you up with another citizen. I'm terribly sorry. I'll get back to you.
Oh.
How many times do I need to say it? You sent word about a lead, said that I should come see you about it.
Of course, madam. Let me just... Forgive me, why are you here?
Is this some kind of sick joke? Do you have any idea what I've been through these past few days?
They have like short-term memory reset?
My daughter Vanra, my little girl, she's missing. This stupid, useless Fist said she had a lead, but she must have been sucking Dream Mist or something.
Madam, tell me. You said... she was...
Yeah, there's clearly something going on here.
taken from a tavern?
Yes, the blushing mermaid down by the
And I
docks.
failed
told
the
you
Arcana
100
check.
times. Why aren't you listening?
Your typical Fist, they'll never listen. And listening, tell me what happened.
Excuse me, citizen, but if this is a criminal matter, it's my business, not yours.
No, it's not.
Madam, if you'll just tell me why you're here, I'll take down the details.
What's happening? I feel like I'm going mad.
Paladin, the Fists are useless. I will find your daughter, I swear upon my oath.
You will? Thank you. I haven't slept or eaten since she disappeared. I'm terrified something has happened to her. Her name is Vanra. She's 7 years old and has red hair, like me. We were in the Blushing Mermaid when she was taken. Just up by the docks.
Okay. Anyone else with you?
No, unless you count a couple of old drinking mates at the next table. But they'd be no help. They barely remember their own names. I was sober though.
Well, you don't
I
take the kid to a
swear.
bar.
I stop in the maid for a drink sometimes. But it was only a quick one.
Yeah, that's just not true. You must have some witnesses, surely.
Of course. The front of house, Bosun Gannet was there, and the owner of the Blushing Mermaid, Captain Grizzly. Neither lifted a finger to help me look. It was awful.
No, the girl that I found, her parents are dead. I'll head to the Blushing Mermaid now.
Thank you. I'll head home. Can't stand being around these idiots any longer. Come find me the moment you hear anything.
Okay. Yeah, don't you like it? I have 2 people in my party, even though I'm an Oath of Devotion Paladin, that have devil horns. Kinda awesome, right?
I'll give it a shot.
There's a prison. Door I shouldn't touch. And to cook.
Cooking as fast as I can. Those fists have got bottomless bellies, I swear.
Maybe they don't remember eating. Mom of the Year, absolutely. He deserves the nominee as much as some of the Game of the Year nominees do. Okay.
You really won't feel it.
Don't hold back.
Brace yourself.
I don't like this. I don't like the look in some of their eyes.
What?
Used to think those things were gonna make me feel safer.
Not anymore.
Oh, they must be talking about the Steel Watchers.
What did she even do? I bet nobody knows. I didn't see her do anything wrong.
This citizen is unconscious and won't be waking up anytime soon.
Oh.
If all these folks can just keep their shit together, maybe nobody else will get hurt. Maybe.
I don't know about that.
These street trash need to watch their tone. I don't tolerate disrespect.
Average US police? Nah. Most police are actually pretty personable.
No, dear reader. I'm afraid one of my columns is not in the latest issue. Print issues limiting space, according to our esteemed editor.
Yeah, I need to get some mods for this game. What do you recommend? We'll have to mod the second playthrough. Wait, what sword is that you have? Yeah, I had the best sword in the game. I have a legendary artifact for a sword.
That's what I was taught in the grotto. The gods truly this petty.
I'll show it in a second. Stormshore Tabernacle. So I have equipped Baldur's Giant Slayer. It is a legendary sword. And it gives me giant form and a whole lot of extra attack, basically. Was this guy unconscious?
Well met, Oathsworn. Your faith may not be orthodox, but it's still welcome here.
Wait, what do you mean my
You've
faith
come
isn't
far,
orthodox?
I perceive. How may I serve you this day?
Are holy items for purchase?
Of course, my child. Within limits. Behold my wares.
Crusader's Mantle. Oh, dang. That's actually strong. What the heck? Scroll of Sunbeam. Sorry, I need to sneeze. I actually don't have that much gold because I spent a lot of gold, I think, buying a piece of armor. But I will definitely keep note of that.
You see an altar dedicated to Mistra.
Ah, yes, the mistress of magic.
Mistra, mother of all magic, is the patron of wizards and often called upon by other spellcasters as well. She's said to be a jealous goddess. Your studies of religion don't suffice to tell you more.
Hold on, chat. Let me quickly run to camp here. Bless you, thank you. I need like 20k for something. I mean, I could probably sell some stuff and get it. Wait, where's Gale?
Let's get going.
Sorry, I'm still remembering some of the controls. It's actually been like 2+ months since I've played.
Welcome to the lower city, where Baldur's Gate truly comes alive.
Okay. Oh, wait, no. I need to actually talk to him.
Let's talk. Are you sure?
Yeah, wait in camp.
Stands at the and just.
Okay. Now he goes back in.
First in my heart.
The bustle here takes some getting used to. Still, we must flow with the current we find ourselves in, however tumultuous it may be. If you've need of me...
With pleasure. Lead on.
Will's the companion I switch out the most. Yeah, I definitely alternate between like him and Gale quite a bit. Ironically enough, in this playthrough, I have not really used the Asterion. I certainly would like to, though. But I feel like Asterion will be better for like a more evil playthrough.
Mistra's likeness.
Very paladin-like,
Some
yeah.
time since I stood before her in a place like this.
And this is why I came and got him.
You see an altar dedicated...
Whatever you want with this idol, I prefer we make it quick. Not sure I'm comfortable catching Mistra's eye, even if it is made of stone.
You don't want to make an offering?
Trust me. It'll take a lot more than a few gold pieces and some fervent thoughts to convince Mistra to break her silence. On my account, at least. Commune with her as you see fit. I've no wish to stand between you and any inspiration she might deign to offer.
Mistra, mother of all magic, is the patron. Your studies of religion don't
Okay.
suffice to tell you more.
Wonder if I can pass that.
You see an altar dedicated to Mistra. Mistra, even though you do not follow her, you feel her power resonating from the statue. She is the one true spell at the heart of all spells. The weave could not be in better hands.
Your first run was Dark Urge? Jesus. Make an offering to her. Oh crap, I have no idea what she would want. I have no idea. We'll give her the punch drunk bastard. Oh god, so I can give her more. Oh god.
Your offering is accepted, but more evidence of devotion is required.
Oh. Try a spell rather than a magic item? I can try.
Your offering is accepted, but more evidence of devotion is required.
I'm not sure how I feel about this. I'm gonna give her this. It's a very rare item that I'm just not using because it's a knife. Well, hold on. There may be something better I can give.
Your offering is accepted, but more evidence of devotion is required.
Yeah, I don't think I care. Plus, chat knows the actual amount.
I think I may have overdone it with the black and purple for, oh, my entire life. Your look serves you well, though.
Yeah, the only thing I don't like about the city here is there's just so much. Like, it's almost overwhelming. Because I don't really want to take the time to talk to each person.
Watch yourself in there. Sarky bastards, these writer types.
Hey, cut it out, will you? I've got to...
Okay. I get the feeling I'm not supposed to be able to do that. Poor Gale, he couldn't jump up there.
Well, well, if it isn't the city's next celebrity. You star in our next edition's top story.
Oh god. Seems odd you've written an article before asking any questions.
Estra deals with the personal interviews and fluff pieces. I deal with the truth. And the truth is, you're a damned menace.
I see.
The truth will be out with tomorrow's broadsheet. People will spit in your face, Your very presence will be bad for business. You'll be a pariah, an outcast, as you should be. And then, we can only hope the Fist do their duty and escort you to the gallows. Your days of scumming up this good city streets will be over.
What you just said is true. Pissing me off is a bad idea. Yeah, we're gonna go with the first one.
I would never reveal my sources, and certainly not to the likes of you. Besides, you're too late. The headlines are loaded into the print works already. Tomorrow, you will feel the power of free speech. Vox Populi, Vox Dei. Now, guards! I believe our distinguished guest was just leaving. Would you care to escort them out?
Attack the guards. Well, I guess there's gonna be a hit piece on me tomorrow.
I get like this back home. To the absolute.
The blessing you get is pretty good, but not game changing. Okay. Oh, is this a hostel? Yeah, I'm good. I don't need to be in a hostel. Okay. Yes, the only question I have is like, what the heck am I doing? Huh. Oh, it's Bombasto. Hey, Truffles, you look kind of hot.
Duke. Fancy.
No wonder she
Never
looks
had one
like me.
before.
Cat, we're literally two of the same character. I'm like, kind of hot character. Also, my character.
Aye, aye. Pull up a seat. If you can find one spare, that is. With all this talk of war, what else are folk to do but drink? I reckon the murder would had something to do with it too. Got punters all intrigued. On that morbid note, what can I get you fine self?
Tell me more about the murder.
Going to make this place famous, I reckon. Victim is a bloody duke. Boleyn Stelmane. Well, she was a duke. Now she's just bloody. I reckon I'll be able to charge double for that room once the constable's done with it. Murders and ghosts are always grand for business. At least, I hope.
At least I hope.
Damn rats. Oi, you! I thought I asked you to clean the rats out of this cellar yesterday already. Hop to it. Get in there.
Imagine telling this to people that are like armed to the teeth with glowing weapons. You're mistaken, we've never met.
Really? I could have sworn you were an adventurer. You look like an adventurer, and you talk like an adventurer. So you must be an adventurer.
Yeah, and why does a chef have an axe on his back?
Adventurers have to get their start somehow. You haven't got the spirit of a hero in you if you think you're above killing a few rats. Oh, go on. Nothing better to practice your skills on than a few rats.
Yeah, chat. Time to go kill Ratopia.
Look at you, just lying around, you furry chunkers.
Yeah, you furry chunker.
There must find my own lodgings.
Oh, God. Oh, no. What the hell?
Let me recite their demise.
Okay, it's fireball time. Is there a way that I can position this to hit them all? Well, there's that.
Of course.
Can't afford to let up.
Thankfully, she also has that. That now means most of the rats are dead.
On I go.
Cry about it.
Why are they only being knocked out? Okay. The feature, do you have it turned on? I must. I must have non-lethal strikes on. Yeah, I don't need to do executioner on the rat.
Have to keep going.
Okay. It got cooked. It also got cooked, and then more cooked.
The wine cellar. There's a hidden door that leads further in.
Thankfully, I have non-lethally knocked some of the rats out.
Somewhere among the wine racks.
Okay. I think they're all dead. Now we're perfectly fine.
No traps, please.
Nothing. I see ring. Add to wares. Camp. Not gonna touch.
I'll take that.
Keepsake ring, huh? Let's see. Oh god, where did that go? Oh, this is the annoying part. Can't I sort? Sort by type. Dominate beast. That's not too bad, but also no real point. Okay, I see some double doors and some double doors. The right one appears to have the objective, so we'll go through the left one first, if possible. Alrighty, and then...
On the other side, you will find a passageway, known only to those invited to do business.
What's that?
Camp. Oh, interesting. You still can't go through that. That's weird.
Baldur's Gate. You know, I never quite believed I'd actually make it back.
Uh-huh.
Wasn't until we got within reach of Worm's Crossing that it felt real. It's so strange. I don't remember much of it, yet I can't help feel like I know it. It feels like home.
Good to be back.
I suppose it is. Though the chance to savor the moment might be brief, given all that still lies ahead of us. I may have to rely on your local knowledge to plug the gaps in my own mind. Hopefully, I'll remember more than I expect to.
Okay. I think I accidentally clicked on her, and that's all that triggered the conversation. I think I was just trying to click on these. Oh god, why is there a button? I'm gonna save.
The psionic detector's been activated. There must be Gith hostiles nearby.
Huh. I don't know what that did.
Githyanki. Vlaakith has found us. Get rid of them, quickly.
Yeah, but why?
Every brick out if you have to. If it doesn't come, you must find evidence of its whereabouts.
Wait, how do I stealth again? The control chat? We'll see. No. Shift C. There you go.
What do we have here?
What a pleasant surprise. Here you are, as brazen as described. The gloomed soul who thieved from our queen. Of course you had help, didn't you? From the illithid you carry inside the astral prism. How quaint that we should meet here. in the very place that it once called home. We know all about the Emperor and its dealings with you. Though I must confess, its peculiar relationship with you threw us off course for a while. Tell me, what did it offer you in exchange for your servitude?
There's no servitude. The Illithid is my ally.
You have fallen prey to its manipulation. Your story ends here. We will reclaim the Astral Prism, purge it of the Illithid interloper, and restore it to our queen.
Yeah. To know the Emperor is not the only occupant of the Astral Prison.
What are you doing?
My dear child, I already know all there is to know. I will liberate you from your puppet master, Chamazala Blakith!
I don't think you do. But okay. You going? Yeah, you gonna rush? Okay, so now it's Shadowheart's turn. Let's see. This is a bonus action. Let's go ahead and blast. Then, let's go ahead. You know what? Give me a maul. Give me a Doth maul. Okay, she's in combat now. We're gonna run her right here behind the pillar. There may be a safer spot. Usually you want to try your damnedest to keep your cleric out of harm's way. Either because they're squishy or because they have a lot of concentration spells. And you can get things like Warcaster that'll really help that out. There you go. You can see we're about to get Hold Person on. I'm just going to go ahead and use a rank 3 counter spell and tell her no. She doesn't get to cast that now. She can Misty Step all she wants. But that was actually a pretty stupid Misty Step. I saved that Hold Person so she doesn't lock me in place. She also Misty Steps in an attempt to gangbang me, but now herself gets executed. Because not the hardest thing that I've ever seen, so I'm just gonna toss in a rank 3 Divine Smite to add to that. And now it is my turn.
Light on my feet.
Oh, they had the parry bullshit. Okay. Parry this, you filthy casual. And then get the hell out of here. Okay, so we shove her. We kind of keep her in range. Yeah, you guys are gonna do more summons. I knew it. Annoying. Can I Misty Step? But not the best of circumstances. Shocking.
Certainly.
If only I could go up on top. Yoink!
Alright, Karlak. It's go time.
Okay, so we already know that. Well, he's main bitchy person, so gotta figure she's by far the one. Let's go ahead and rage. Do I have Great Weapon Master turned on? I don't. God, I don't, and I'm 60%. That's wild. Oh, man. 3? I end up getting a crit, but she's 1 HP away. The good news for what I can do right here
Jimmy on the go.
is I can actually move right here. And this should make it so that if she tries to come up here, I'm gonna at least get a attack of advantage. Because I gotta stop these MFers from doing their magic portal BS. Oh, that's a big jump. Ow! What the heck is that? What the? Alright, it's got a 60%. That's got only a 35. Still 35. Of course, you saved. I'm not surprised. So, back into the corner. For now. Oh, wait, no. Wait. She blinds people. I low-key actually want her here.
For my queen.
Form of red? The shit is that? I don't know, but I'm blocking it. You not get no crazy creepy cast. Oh boy, hold person. Gotta love it. Free crits. Alright. You. Gate Master rise up. Be a shame if I... Told you no. So you were one of those.
Don't get too close.
Basically, I'm gonna throw you in a corner over here. I may wish to consume a potion. At least see if I don't get one shot. Yeah. Smite. She's got that ready to parry BS as well. What can I do to get through that? I can't imagine she can parry a spell. But I don't know that I have an actual damage dealing spell on her. Huh. Yeah, do you know if he can parry a ranged strike. Well, I'd have to take the attack of opportunity probably to move away. Oh, he died anyways. Sweet. Come here, you. Concentration broken. Hey, dude, whatever you're about to do, I don't like it. They both saved. Unfortunate. Okay. Gonna keep moving closer. Finally, my spirit weapon gets a move, and everybody's out of range. Gotta love it. Oh, you would Misty Step. Bro, how do you have vision for that? There is no way you were able to see Gale and shoot him from right here. Not a freaking chance. You're not even tall enough. That's some bullshit. She can't heal. Wait, was that? That's touch. Of sight. Shit. I like how that only made him out of sight from me. Get sheeped? It's a dread sheep, chat? Oh, wait, that was probably concentration, wasn't it? I bet I just lost Bless. God darn it. Oh, I wish there was a warning about that, but that's just like D&D. Okay, I can at least get rid of the gaping wounds effect. I'm sorry, that's funny. Dude, you can't shocking grasp me, that's BS. I shocking grasped you. Stop with the hold person. No one likes you.
On my way.
succeed that bitch. Alright. Well, at least there's no more portals. You can check if you examine her, the wording, just like actual D&D. Yeah. Okay,
No choice but to keep going.
Aren't you dead? Like seriously. I'm gonna need you to die. Thank you. Have a nice day. I could get in range and cast that on Gale. Probably gonna require an attack of opportunity. No! How is he out of sight? I cast it on his foot. Okay, I see. If that's the case, pommel strike. And you parried it. Of course you parried it. Why wouldn't you parry it? You parry everything. How do you ready to parry twice in one turn? I don't understand that, but whatever. Okay.
Aye, aye.
Basically just trying to run Karlak. Okay, be pure sheep. I like how my spirit weapon's just getting kited. God, you suck. I better cast first if I'm gonna do it. Yeah, you're definitely not in range.
Take two.
Okay. Yeah, it's not worth it for Shocking Grasp. Yeah, you see 2 damage, right? Like, and that actually set him reeling from that, so low-key pretty worth. That path interrupted. I don't get that, but whatever.
Knight to King 5.
I swear. I was gonna say, if that gets blocked by the wall, or by the railing, I'm just gonna get pissed. Gonna back him up some.
Still on my feet.
You would get an action if I don't kill you here, so we're gonna kill you.
The wrong fight, friend.
Or not. Thank you. Want that to have to happen. Hello there. How's it going?
Fuck yes.
I love Karlach, man. Just the fact that she says fuck yes. And she's just like enjoying it. It's one of the favorite things about this character for me. Do I have a better use for my bonus action? It says no.
Count on me.
Does damage break polymorph?
Got to concentrate.
Target reverts back. It's a 5-turn duration. Does not look like it. Simply move it closer. I figured as much, because you're going to try to break that polymorph. How are you out of sight? Come on, that's clearly in sight. We can't have nice things, chat. Wait, what? That Ullen polymorphed it. Okay. Weird. Also terrifying. It's just shocking grass again. That did no damage. Eldritch Blast on 2 targets. Oh, no. Ooh, he was one of those. Misty Step. He is very likely Misty Stepping to, like, here. No. Because I can always just drop. I am amazed that didn't hurt Gale, but I will take it. You've been played, you idiot. Hey Gale, how many rank 2 spells? You don't have any. You only have rank 4. Game. Real shame, chat. Is it O that's top down? Yes, it is. Excellent. Like a glove. Let's go.
Sometimes the only way out is through.
Okay, veteran raider list. So much of this game is positioning to me. It'd be a shame if you just took a hike. Where's your high ground now? Yep.
This.
Please die. Thank you.
Come on, Carla.
Also you. I have the high ground. In fact, I'm gonna move right next to that. Can I? There. Okay. Ah, you can't shoot upward. You fool. You're missing out on the bonus action attacks from killing someone with Karlach and MC? Wait, what do you mean? Like, I already used Executioner, if that's what you're talking about. Vampiric Touch. Nope. These are all cantrips, so they're not really that big of a deal. I was waiting on it. She can try to Misty Step? Is that what it is? Like, low-key, kind of annoying. Gonna hit you with that.
Let's light them up.
Time to push my luck again.
Is Vampiric Touch third level spell? What am I? Oh, I'm thinking of Chilling Touch, aren't I? Okay, sorry, I'm still like, I could honestly say I'm a little bit of a veteran of D&D now, but when it comes to spells, I certainly do not know them all.
Can't even catch my breath.
Okay, we're just gonna jump down and yeet you. Know that. Not on. So wait, you're saying I have a bonus? You're just talking about the Great Weapon Master all in? Fast, like, toggleable feature, or are you talking about something else? Playing for close to a decade. I wish I had, in all honesty. I love D&D. I never really got to play it as a kid. Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, which bonus action are you talking about? If you kill crit, you can attack again as a bonus. Weapon mastery extra attack. Huh? It'll pop on the far right of the hotbar. Okay. Yeah, I probably have been missing it then. I don't know. It's probably something that I would have remembered, but it's been 2 months, so I just don't remember anymore. I still like how the spirit weapon's been a useless spell slot. Bro. Supposed to have disadvantage at that, but okay. Us crossbows specifically don't, but I could have sworn they do. Fry.
What fools these mortals be. With haste.
Blackhead is relentless. You handled it well. Let us hope she exhausts her forces soon.
Yes. Let us. Ah, Divine Bones Hard.
There's a statue that conceals the way through. I'll reveal it to you.
That's not worth. That's worth. 16.2? No, that's not worth either. 5.4 for 85, maybe. 24 for 180. Nope. Malachite.
Something good here, I hope.
Boots of Psionic Movement. Flying Strike with the when a Githyanki cast Fly, their next melee weapon attack deals an additional 1 to 4 psychic. Well, that's a fucking waste, but I will pick it up.
Slow down.
Because it's light, and it probably matters.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
For night's use, do not distribute. Behind the counting house, path to Baldur's Gate near Upper City. Nope, still rather pointless. Go loot you. Short sword 1.8 for 40. Yeah, that's worth. That's worth. Send to camp. Send to camp. Not worth. But yeah, that's, I just didn't remember that. Honestly, yes, Mage Hand is a bonus action, and you get telekinesis.
One with the weave.
Gale. Come here. What do you have equipped? Go ahead and pick what that
Still
is.
alive, so that's progress.
Psionic Ward Armor. Actually, not that high of an armor class, but still confers disadvantage on stealth. That's stupid. I mean, like, I get it for what it is, but to me, this should have a higher armor class than it does. Yeah, this is another one where it's like, oh, but it's only for Geth. And I'm like, well, not looting it then. Else your punishment will be severe. You know, I think the punishment's still going to be severe.
Need to find a way
based
forward.
off their death. Okay, so there's clearly a room.
Here we go.
Not that. Where could we hide a button?
might be worth a look.
What might be? I don't know what it was. I'm confused. There like something on his backside? To the right of the statue, if I remember correctly. Hey, chat, anyone know? Like, I'm legitimately... Check the back? I did. The camera's not doing me any favors, but... The shit is that?
That's curious.
It like didn't show up because I clearly succeeded. That's weird.
My old home. Thank you for bringing me back. Look around. You'll find some of my things still intact. Perhaps even useful to you.
Unique shell.
The shell. A keepsake from my final voyage. Pinched in a moment of sentimentality. My old wardrobe. The home of all my disguises. We are what we appear to be. And so appearances matter.
Rare heavy armor. You can't be frightened. Ithilid protection. The wearer is infested by a mind flayer tadpole. They gain +1 to intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws. That's worth a shit ton. Charm or frighten a creature to gain a 1d4 bonus to attack or saving throws. That's also kind of nice.
I made it back.
Yep. I don't know why she's acting that way, but...
My old sword. My first purchase as an adventurer. No use to me anymore. It's yours.
Yours if you want it. Yoink. Send that to Karlak. To 16 damage. It's just a longsword, I think. Shapeshifter Slayer. This weapon deals an additional 1d4 damage against shapeshifters or polymorphed creatures. Oh, that could be useful, actually. What is +2 bonus saving throws, +2 weapon enhancement. Yeah, so it's just a nice longsword.
Might be useful.
What's that?
A recipe for fiddlehead soup. A favorite meal of mine. When I had need of meals like that.
Yeah, what, you want to tell me about the chains?
Go ahead.
In your sex dungeon here?
That might be worth a look.
My cutlery set. A gift from my mother. The butter knife is missing, but otherwise it looks to be complete. I don't need it anymore, but the memory stirs something in me still. There she is, in all her glory. Duke Belin Stelmane, my old partner.
Yeah. This is really funny considering you can romance the Emperor, and it's like... So what? Like, you just kept a portrait of your prior fling? Scroll of Conjure Elemental. Don't mind if I do.
Anything of use?
Scroll of Conjure Minor Elemental. A major one, Dad. Don't be confused. Bro, I still want to know about the chains.
Something over there.
An old container for brains. Empty. Shame. It would have been nice to find one to sustain it.
I think he heavily implied it was romantic in one of the cutscenes. They developed a feeling for each other. This must just be the way out. Or deeper in. Don't mind me. Wait, what? Ah, bro, sometimes the clicking, and I know it's just camera perspective issues, but sometimes the clicking kinda weird.
Squall! It's not safe here. It's too late for me, but not for you. Run as fast as your legs can carry you.
What? Oof.
Orin happened. She seized me from our camp, bore me here to Baal's enclave. She slit my belly and filled her cup with my blood. A toast, she said, to her false god. She told me when her cup ran dry, she'd come for the rest of me. I'm done for. I will hold her off as long as I'm able. Run while you still can. Don't even think about fighting her. This foe is too powerful.
Well, chat. It appears we are at an impasse. I shall end it here for tonight. And we will continue on another night. I am going to send you guys over to Mr. Zephyr. He's on. He is doing some Final Fantasy rating. And we will continue this either tomorrow or Wednesday. I think tomorrow is another media share night. Again, we can move it around if we need to. But I'm going to have to think about this because this is an interesting conversation for several reasons. And again, I hope you guys enjoyed. I know it was not super spicy right here at the beginning, but that's just because I have not played in months. So I had to remember kind of what I was doing. So again, hope to see you guys for the next one. And I will send you guys over his way. So have a good one.